said in that episode, but now we know how preemptive it was. So just take a look at these texts from April of 2023, a month before shooting started.
A month before shooting started.
I used to love teaching. Did we all quit?
They have been pushed to their absolute limit.
Teachers are burning out at a rate we've never seen before, and it's honestly so bad that they're quitting in the middle of the school year. You don't just wake up one day and decide, yep, I'm gonna walk away from my classroom. No, this happens months after nonstop behavior issues, mounting pressure, and just being told to handle it without any real support. Because a lot of millennials and Gen Z teachers are saying the same thing right now. They're overwhelmed, exhausted, and being pushed past their limits. So today, that's what I want to talk about in this video. I want to get into why teachers are quitting mid-year, how student behavior and admin response plays into this, and why this isn't just a teacher problem, it's a system problem. So if you like this kind of content, be sure to subscribe, and let's dive right into these videos.
Did we all quit during the break? Because I came back to work today and there's some teachers gone. Students are asking if the teachers got fired. Of course, that's what a kid would say, is like, oh, did this teacher get fired?
Those poor students, can you imagine going back to school and your teacher's just gone? Like, they've hit a breaking point that large, we're just like, yep, you know what? I'm out. And not just one, but two teachers within the same school. These classrooms are already overpacked as it is in some of these districts. So now, like, I can't imagine what that stress is like, even on the faculty end. Like, I get the teachers leave for a reason, and we're going to get into that, but even just the logistical nightmare that is of having students go to their classroom of like 30, or even if it's like a middle school where you have a bunch of students going to that one class, and that teacher's just gone for the rest of the year. That is actually insane that people are being pushed to their limits this much.
Let's talk about why teachers who are leaving in the middle of the school year are not evil people with ulterior motives who don't care about their students, but are actually people who do care about their students, but also care about their mental health and well-being.
I have seen those comments like, how could you in your right mind as a teacher leave mid-school year? At least finish out your job, at least stay there for the kids, you know, do what you can. But on the flip side, if the teacher's mental health is decrepit, they're not teaching the students are horrible, they're getting no support from admin. It's at that point, yeah, you need a paycheck, yeah, you're working, but like, if people can quit their regular job out of nowhere, or, you know, they put in their 2 weeks notice to say, you know what, I'm gone, then I guess so can teachers. They don't have to literally stay the entire time. I mean, contractually they probably have to, and they're breaking that contract, but I never thought about teachers quitting mid-school year. Like, I never thought about teachers quitting in general if it wasn't just like, unless it was like in the summertime, like I'm not coming back next school year. But in the middle of the school year, that is abrupt, and it clearly has to be more to it. Like, it's definitely a huge mental toll to it. Let's see what she has to say.
Like I said in my previous video, if a teacher is leaving mid-year, best believe they have been pushed to their absolute limit. I would say the majority of teachers would rather not leave middle of the year because of the type of people we are, because it is a vocation, it is a calling, we go into the profession for the students, but there is a point where we have to remember that teaching is just a job. We are not superheroes. We have our own family, our own life. We have our own mental and physical health to look after. We have our own children that we need to look after, and we have to have the energy to do that. So just because a teacher is leaving middle of the year, it does not mean they don't care about their students.
That's fair, but I guess pushback to that would be everybody who works, everybody in life has all those same problems. So I see that perspective of, okay, well, everybody has things that they're dealing with, but you have to do your job. On the flip side, everybody can find it frustrating when you go into a job for A, but you're not even doing A, you're doing B, C, D. That's probably the most frustrating part for these teachers, is that they do go into it for the passion, because they're not getting the pay, they're not getting the support, they're having to put in all their own money into their classroom to be creative. They're doing it because they actually love the career, they love the path that they're on. So when you go into a job saying, I love doing this, I love doing A, I want to do A, and they can't even do that because they're too busy repeating themselves, dealing with behavior issues, not have any support from the admin when they're constantly being taken away from what they originally were supposed to be there for, it does end up becoming no point to even be there in the first place.
Leave because they're done for whatever reason. Why are we wanting to keep them in the school? Why are we wanting to keep them in the classroom with students when they're done? A burnt out, tired, exhausted teacher does not benefit anyone, definitely not the students. They're doing everyone a favor by prioritizing their mental health and stepping away and making the choice for themselves, their family, their students, to step away and leave the profession, leave to go to another school, leave to take a break, whatever.
And that's fair too. It's like, if the teacher's burnt out, if they already don't want to be there, they're unhappy, Why would you want that energy around the kid to begin with anyways? They're better off having a well, passionate, loving, supportive substitute teacher for the rest of the year than the actual teacher supposed to be there that hates being there and that's just becoming a pit of just negativity and they're not even happy themselves. And be sure to subscribe because I have another video that I talked about like a year or two ago talking about Gen Z and Gen Alpha's behavior within schools and why they're driving people to quitting with all the fighting the teachers, fighting other students, the behavior, can't read, can't write, can't do math. It's like home life is making it incredibly hard for teachers to actually do their job. And all these teachers evidently are becoming increasingly overwhelmed. And when you're overwhelmed with work, when you're getting burnt out, when you're just getting super stressed, that doesn't just stay at work, that follows you home too. And I've noticed that in my own life. When I am mentally exhausted, when I'm just drained, when I've been talking to this damn camera all day, even the basic things like grocery shopping or figuring out what I want to eat feels impossible. I want to eat better, I want to contribute to making my 2026 goals, but my brain just won't let me do that. Sometimes it just doesn't have the bandwidth to plan out the meals, go to the grocery store, find everything, check out, come back. It's too much. That's why I've been loving today's sponsor, Hungryroot, because they've been taking that mental load off my plate. Hungryroot works as a personal nutrition coach and a shopper all in one. I told them what I like, what I don't like, and my health goals, and they plan my groceries for me. Meals, snacks, everything. I'm personally trying to eat cleaner and get more protein, and what I love about that is I don't have to overthink it.
According to TikTok, there are no teachers left in the U.S. because everybody quit their job and no one returned back from Christmas break.
So crazy.
I've seen about 30 videos in 2 days of scrolling of teachers that were like, I'm not returning back to my teaching job, saying that the kids are horrible, the parents don't participate, the parents are not teaching these kids respect. The kids have no respect.
And off the
Hello,
bat,
my
you can
lord.
tell the parents don't give a damn with how these kids be acting in the streets with all these teen takeovers, all these new policies that you need to chaperone. You can't just go to the movies. You can't just.
I didn't see too much stuff that really sparked my interest yet.
Men have genuinely ruined clubbing and nightlife for me. So I don't think I'm going out again. And before you get defensive in the comments, listen to the weekend that I had. First of all, I got into a screaming match with a guy because he wanted to stand up on the platform and dance and sing, and I made a comment about it. And so then he started screaming at me, getting his hands were all up in my face, talking about, shut the fuck up, I don't care about you. And his friend literally had to intervene in between me and him because he was all up in my face because he was mad that I made a comment about him standing up on a platform singing and dancing and not letting anyone else get up there or letting any women get up there.
So you saw a man having a good time.
The story not true. Sounds
sus.
sus.
Something. Because why aren't you letting the women get up there? I'm sure. Listen, I'll go clubbing. But is the platform like just for one person? I'm sure like plenty of people can stand up there. Get up there as well. What's the problem?
So he got mad, got all up in my face, started cussing me out, screaming at me. That was the first straw. Then, while I'm waiting in line to go to this one club, these guys standing in front of me want to bring up their friends. So they're like, hey, we want our 3 guy friends to cut you and all of your female friends. And I'm like, hey, so that's not gonna happen because in general, if a girl was trying to cut me, I wouldn't be that cool with it. So in general, regardless of your gender, please do not cut anyone else in line, especially when it's like a really packed club. But if it was a woman, I'd be like, okay, she wants to be with her girlfriends. But tell me why 4 men are...
People that see the world in like gender roles and gender... I don't know, man. It's 2020. Everything...
Is that a blue duck?
Jesus
Or is it just the
Christ.
color in
Everything in
here?
your mind has to be man versus
That
woman.
duck looks blue.
And you have to analyze his actions. A man shouldn't be doing it. Oh, no, if it was a woman, then maybe he should just be going to see it.
Are cutting women in line to get ahead of them in a nightclub. So guy tells me, he's like, my friends are cutting you. Doesn't even ask. I'm like, sorry, no, that's not happening. And he's like, no. They're cutting. You don't have a choice. You don't have a choice. My friends are getting in front of you and your friends in the line. There's no choice. And I'm like, what do you mean there's no choice? Like, you can't cut us in line. And he's like, I don't care. Enough. Starts talking to me in Arabic, speaking to me in Arabic, telling me to like be quiet and that he doesn't care. Okay? That's not even the end of it. This guy comes up to me, starts talking to me, right? Conversation's going pretty well. He goes, sorry, I can't keep talking to you. I don't want to ruin your life. I'm like, why would you ruin my life? He has a wife and 2 kids. Yeah. Yeah, the guy that approached me has a wife and 2 kids. And then in the middle of our conversation, he's like, I don't want to ruin your life. Oh, then the guys that invite you to the sections, they're like, hey, come in our section, come in our section. Once guys invite you into their section, they think that because they invited you into their section, they have some type of ownership or right over you. Some guy texts me. He's like, so since I got you into my section, I need your number. No. Like, I will gladly go into the general admission. I don't owe you shit. Or the guys that think that they can start touching you because they got you into their section. I do not give a fuck. Also, the way that men think, like, if a girl is, like, talking to them or flirting with them, they're, like, entitled to grab her. What the fuck? Or, like, the way that guys literally treat bottle girls in the club. Like, I'm sorry, I think I'm done. I think this weekend was genuinely my last straw. Because men have completely ruined clubbing. Completely. Yeah, it sucks now. So, that's your warning.
I wonder, do you think it was always like this? Do you think men were always touchy-feely in the club? Or do you think that this is something that's just happened? It's a new phenomenon. I would assume that this has always been the case. Now, some people have accused me of blaming the victim, okay? And to those allegations, I have no response. Because when you go to the club, I'm sorry, there's certain things that just happen in those spaces. Yeah, some of the men there won't respect women. Yeah, some of them are going to be degenerate. Yeah, they're going to be drunk. Yeah. It's kind of what comes with the vibe. You know what I'm saying? So, I think staying home would be the best option for you.
It's not a problem. It's just not my preference. If you go to the club, there's no way that we could be aligned with our goals. There's no way that you have huge goals. If you go to the club, if you're getting wasted, if you smoke, if you drink, it's not that I have a problem with you. It's not that I think that, you know, one of my best friends actually smokes weed, but she also works 7 days a week. So, you know, I got a little bit of push and pull in me, but for the most part, it's not inducive to my plan. I can't really kick it with you too much. So, no, I don't. If you're a man and you go to the club, you're certainly not my type. If you're a woman and you go to the club, I don't really want to hang out with you more than like a hello or an Instagram like, you know? And it's not because I think I'm better than anyone. It's because I'm trying to be a billionaire. Like, and not for nothing. Like, I'm trying to be a billionaire. Not for the name of the status, because I have such big goals that's what it's going to require in order to make my company and my family and my family's family and my family's family successful. Like, I'm not just doing this for myself. So me hanging out with you and just, oh, it's just one time. No, that one time can ruin my life. I'm not interested. And there are plenty of people in this world who don't smoke, don't drink, and don't go to the club. And those are my people. I just got to find them.
You just gotta find him.
Illustrate how there are certain types of people who will express their boundaries and standards. But when it comes to women, if a man is rich enough and has enough status, there are certain types of women that will just forego everything. And when it comes to men, if a woman is attractive enough, there are certain types of men that will forego all their boundaries, all the standards. They don't give a damn. Because this woman is talking all this nonsense. And she was with Rick Ross. Rose. Okay? Big Meech. I think I'm Big Meech. Okay. Rick Ross got lines talking about feeding girls Molly. They don't even know it. Right? Fucking bitches like a rabbit. Feed these bitches carrots. Right? Popping balls in the club. That's what he does. That's all he does. But it's Rick Ross. So none of our standards, none of this nonsense matters. But if you're not Rick Ross, then all these standards apply.
Would you crash the out if your husband got a text like this from a random number at 3 o'clock in the morning, only for you to find out that it's actually his female coworker that's texting him?
Now, if anybody texts my man that late at night, it's gonna be a problem, because ain't nothing open at that time but legs.
Mind you, this man has been away on business for the last week, so whenever you ask him, like, hey, who is this? He's like, oh, that must just be Cece. Who the fuck is Cece? He's like, that's my coworker I've been telling you about. I don't remember that. I just assumed all of his coworkers are always men. I just assumed it was a man. I'm like, why is she texting you at 3 o'clock in the morning? He's like, she must just still think I'm alone in my hotel room. Huh? What?
I don't care where you at. Why do a female feel comfortable texting a married man at any time of the night?
Go ahead and line up that divorce, man. You know what I'm saying? That nigga cheating. She must have thought I was alone in my hotel. How is that what you thought of as a lie? What the hell? That is terrible. So when you were alone in your hotel room, she was texting you at 3 a.m.? Yeah, he was busting it down.
Like, you had to be entertaining her and making her feel comfortable to do something like that. She not just doing it out the blue.
I'm like, that doesn't make me feel good. That doesn't make me feel good. He's like, she's nothing to worry about. I'm like, why would she be texting you up? Like, that's notorious booty call language. He's like, yeah, she's probably just drunk.
Being drunk makes it worse, because we already know what drunk text mean.
I'm like, why is she texting you? He's like, you know, she's been going through that divorce I was telling you about. And, you know, she technically doesn't want it, but he does. So she texts me randomly, asks me for advice and stuff. Advice? Oh, advice. I'm like, what do you mean? Well, text her back. He's like, no, it's late. Like, I don't want to talk to her right now. And I'm like, that's weird. Like, that's weird.
Don't nobody need no damn advice at 3 o'clock in the morning. Come on now.
He agrees that it's weird that she was texting him, but, you know, this man pretty much is like, okay, it's time to go to bed. He rolls over and starts snoring. Mind you, I'm sitting there thinking, what is going on? Like, I feel like someone just, like, stole the Declaration of Independence, and I'm trying to solve it at this point. And all of a sudden, a little ding comes through again on his phone. And it's her once again, and she sends a question mark, because obviously my husband's read receipts are on, and she can see that he's read the message. So obviously, she's expecting a reply.
And I would have politely replied back to her as the wife. Like, what y'all think? What y'all would have did?
Me personally, I don't need to know the whole story in situations like this. I don't need all the evidence. You just need to show me enough for me to make a decision. And the whole relationship's done. We're in bed. A nigga takes you up 3 o'clock in the morning. What the fuck? You guys already know. I've said it before. Why would you be texting or speaking to another man when I'm asleep? That is something that I've never been able to fathom. I'm asleep. I'm in dreamland. You're texting another. I don't care if it's your friend. I don't care who it is. What the hell? Have some respect. Have some decorum. So the fact that he's texting you at 3 a.m. you up and he with a question mark, yeah, that would be all I need to end that relationship. I'll be real with you. Yeah. I'm gonna trust my gut.
Now, why would you lie to your husband about not having an OF? Now they're clowning him on Twitter. Well, that's what's currently going on as professional baseball player Jazz proposed to his girlfriend Anna, who is from the show Baddies. Pay attention. So this all started when social media was clowning him, stating that with all the money he has in the world, he decides to go for not only a OF shawty, but a shawty from Baddies. I'm guessing she never told him that she had an OF, and then he straight up tried to defend her, said, that's a lie. My wife ain't never had that. Then they uploaded the proof showing that she was giving it for $15. He then tried to say it's all a scam, that's not really her. Then they started leaking content that she used to make, showing that, nah, this really your shawty gang. Now, she is facing criticism for not telling her husband what she used to do and having him look crazy on the internet. While others are saying that her past does not matter, he loves her for her, and him defending her even though not knowing the truth shows that he's a real man.
I did a quick stop at Publix, but bro, if you know you're not finna leave your girl, bro, you shouldn't be arguing on the internet. And she wrong for not telling this man what her past was.
Regardless, I'm just here reporting the news. What do you guys think about this whole situation?
Imagine being a professional baseball player and proposing to a girl from baddies. Yeah, again, victim blaming P's back at it, but this is what you get, man. This is what you get. I don't know what you, like you said, if you're not gonna leave her, why are you arguing online? These guys, genuinely, just go for the most attractive woman they can get. It's like that's all that matters. And because these women in like the industry, quasi-celebrities, they're known, they don't even do their due diligence. And there's a bunch of baddies out there with 4,000 followers on Instagram. You know what I'm saying? You could really lock in, get a sweet one. But it's like they're so lazy. They just go for the prettiest, most known, most seen woman that they can get. Nothing else matters.
My hot take on a girls' night. Girls' night is not girls' night. Please stop lying. Dressing up in skimpy outfits, saying I'm doing it for my girls, I worked hard all week, I deserve this. No, you're not. You're actually chasing outside validation and attention from men who are not your husband or your boyfriend. Let's be real. That is not empowerment. That is pure disrespect. This has nothing to do with insecurity at all. This is about respect. Respect for your man, respect for your relationship, respect for yourself. If you're fully committed, why put yourself in an environment built on alcohol, hooking up, and sexual attention? You do not go fishing where you do not intend to catch. A real girls' night, in my opinion, that is pajamas, movies, laughs, deep talks, maybe some wine, not parading around bars, clubs, or where single people are on the prowl. Call it for what it is, temptation and destruction. If you think that's innocent fun, then you do not have the first clue about loyalty. Respect is a choice, and choosing to avoid those places is how you prove where your loyalty really stands.
I agree with what she's talking about when it comes to intent, right? They are going, let's be real, they're going looking for attention from random men, right? But here's the thing, is it disrespectful? If the guy is allowing his woman to do this, or he's fine with it, he met her, she was doing this, what can he say? I mean, it's not disrespectful if he's cool with it, which I'm guessing he is because she's doing it. And if he's not okay with it and she's doing it, you end the relationship. So yeah, I do agree with the intent of these girls' nights, but I don't necessarily think it's disrespectful, because if it was disrespectful, or if the guy felt disrespected, you just leave.
How do you think our relationship has changed after our second baby?
I just feel like we're just friends at the moment.
We haven't slept in the same bedroom for 2.5 years now.
I remember trying to sleep next to you the other day, and I just couldn't.
It's actually so sad.
You don't like kissing me?
Snogging is like
10
years ago, right?
Do you feel like you do enough to keep the spark? Or do you
No, I barely struggle.
Do you think you can...
Maybe I'm just too young to understand. Maybe it's just one of those moments. But what kind of humiliation ritual is this? My take on this is it depends on who started this between the man and the woman. I feel like one of them lost feelings and the other one is just pretending to follow suit, but they're really hurt inside. Because there's no way you're both just magically both okay with it at the same time. What do you mean you struggle to keep the spark? At this point, both of you are just roommates. You can't even sleep in the same bed for over 2.5 years. You can't even kiss. All because of children. Who's fucking who? Let me know. When we check that phone, who's fucking who?
Well, here's the thing. You're not too young to understand this. This is not something that you should understand. This is really bad. And they are going down a path in which they aren't going to be together for very long. And the internet is a great thing, because so many people post their experiences online that we can learn from them. We can learn from their experiences. And when you speak to, whether it's divorce lawyers or marriage experts, one of the things they always talk about is your relationship after having kids. You have to sustain a relationship. You have to prioritize your partner. A lot of people get lost in raising their kids, and they start to put their kids above the relationship. That should never be the case. This is terrible. Could never be me. could never be me. I don't give a damn. Hell no.
This liquor got
There's women out here who have a vagina that's been looking for a home for 30, 40, 50 years.
Somebody save me. I've been dating since the 1900s and 80 something, and I'm still single. I need some guy with bad health to jump on in and interrupt and say, let me take you off your shift. You've been working hard enough. I'm tired. I've proven myself, and it only impresses other women. She's like, oh, that's amazing. My friends are independent. These men don't care. Come and save me.
When's the last time you shot your shot at an individual?
I did get turned down one time with someone that I dated, and I tried to spin the block again.
So it seems as though one of Kevin Samuel's biggest haters when he was alive is back on these internet streets in real time, facing the music, okay? Coming to terms with the reality of the situation. She goes by the name of Miss Claudia Jordan, who keeps running headfirst into that undefeated wall with no damn helmet. And every couple of months, this young lady seems to pop back up with the same old message, complemented with a slightly bitter attitude, but flexing the exact same results. Now, we're going to head over to O'Shea Duke Jackson's channel. What up, brother? In order to take a look from his foundation, but I also have additional clips as well in order to continue to paint a picture into this wall banger aficionado. All right. So sit back, relax. I'm going to break this thing down. All my G's, go get your popcorn ready. And all of the lovely young ladies, make sure that you get your notepad ready so that we can all ensure that you will not become a single-ass old auntie like Miss Claudia Jordan on the internet asking why. Without further ado,
what do you wish someone had told you about dating like in your 40s and 50s back then?
By the time 1990 came around, Claudia Jordan was just 17 years old. And at that particular time, she was Miss Rhode Island Teen USA.
I didn't know that.
She repeated that in 1997 as an adult, being Miss Rhode Island USA 1997. And she became one of the more popular models on the East Coast, not just for Black America, for everybody. And her model opportunities allowed her to be on The Celebrity Apprentice and other shows and TV networks. You know, we've seen her in films. We've seen her on Fox Soul. And again, she's still very beautiful at age 52. Now, this doesn't mean that she was not married before, because she was. She was married to film producer Datari Turner, and that lasted all of 1 year. And by the way, at the time she was 36, got divorced by 37. Fast forward. But now Claudia Jordan is 52 years old and is still single, ready to mingle as it appears. And she was recently featured on The Shade Room, where she was asked to reflect about her dating position.
Before the reflection, there seems to be a trend when you look at the wall bangers that I often reference, whether they're super famous from Halle Berry or a J-Lo or, you know, somewhat well-known as a Claudia Jordan. They have the looks, the access, money, the fame, the intelligence, the opportunities, the talent that only most young women can dream of. They should be living a peaceful and a happy life, not up on these internet streets talking about how they're active within these streets. But let's see her reflection at 52.
What do you wish someone had told you about dating like in your 40s and 50s back then?
You know, you think that when you're ready to settle down that there's always going to be a lot of supply on the shelves, and it's not. Like at this age, a lot of the good guys are married or taken because they're good guys. And I was having a conversation with a girlfriend of mine the other day, and I'm like, well, your best bet now is maybe someone that a good man that maybe is coming out of a marriage, getting a divorce. So, you know, I think in our youth, and I would like people to know this when they're younger, we think, oh, there's always going to be an endless supply. I can wait till tomorrow. Don't put off your happiness waiting. You know, if you find that good person, like a lot of times we wait, well, it's not the right time. It's never going to be like the right time. I would say go for it more. I wish I would have told someone told me just go for it. I probably have overlooked a good candidate before.
Probably.
You know, like maybe,
Why is that though?
Me thinking the timing thing. Maybe prioritizing career. You know, I definitely was always like work. I never thought I had enough cushion built up to like relax and take my foot off the gas and start a family.
Yeah, this is a lot, but it makes a lot of sense why she was ardently against a Kevin Samuels, because this was the mainstay of his content. Kevin also used to talk about women with her ideologies making it to this age and trying to date younger men.
Are you attracted to her sexually?
No.
Ooh, that hurt me.
Ooh. Now, I can't play the rest of this clip due to copyright reasons, but would the young man say the same things if she utilized the time period around the pageant time period in order to exchange what she brought to the dating marketplace? Now, would the young man have these sentiments if he wasn't dating a 50-year-old Claudia Jordan as opposed to a 20-something-year-old, right? The pageant version Claudia Jordan? Absolutely not. But according to Claudia, she had all of the time in the world. How did that turn out for you? I refer to this as a delusional abundance mindset. She thought that because of who she is, who she has access to, the amount of money in her bank account, the supply of men and the options would never run out. She forgot about the ultimate equalizer, reality and time.
She thought it was going to be an endless supply of men. And when you look at Claudia Jordan, you can see why. She was a model, Miss Rhode Island teen, 1990, Miss Rhode Island, 1997. She entered in the industry rather young, moving across the country to, California. She was appealing to black men, white men. I mean, very beautiful. I mean, she was really, really demanded. So, of course, when you're 24, you're 25, you have all these opportunities, you always think that those opportunities are going to be there until they're not. Woo!
Yeah.
She also said that she passed up on some good options, and many good guys are gone at the time that she's 52, like at that age. Now, I want to deal with that for a minute because a lot of women think that, all the good guys are gone at my age. Well, that also means all of the good women are also gone.
Damn!
Right. I mean, we come from the same community. There is no way that there are good women in the black community that are still there, but good men are not there. Either both are there or neither are there. But since we come from the same community, there is no way good women are on the market and good men are not on the market.
Yeah, it actually doesn't work that way, right? Like the belief that you are the last of the Mohicans of the good options that are out there is wild to think. And also, as men get older, they get wiser, they get more sure-footed within their steps within life. They get more wealthier. But also with those men, it's a simple biological preference. Men tend to look for youth and beauty, whereas women tend to look for wealth and security. Once you accept this fact, then it begins to make a lot more sense.
Quick emergency meeting. I was recently searching for my name online and found way too much personal information, which brought me down this weird rabbit hole of how that could have happened, and found out that there's companies out there called data brokers that will sell your data.
Okay. Wait, not to watch the rest of your video? You got it.
Circumcision is another claim that can be made by men's rights activists, which you see in the Orthodox Church. There's some split there. Natty, one more time, what's wrong with advocating for men's rights, Natty? Answer the fucking question.
Andrew, take another bit of your cigarette, bro.
God, this
You
chick's
need
never
to
going to
calm
answer.
down.
Just answer the question.
Andrew Wilson crushes a woke feminist in a heated debate after she puts him on trial by accusing him of being harmful to the Christian faith itself. But Andrew calmly flips the situation, dismantles her claims step by step, and completely destroys her argument with ease as the discussion spirals in his favor and sets the tone for what is about to unfold.
You bring up in your debates when you talk about gender roles pretty much are in line with hers. So,
Okay, so
would you like
is
to
it,
tell us what your definition
my turn
of
to
gynocentrism is? Yes,
it my turn to
Andrew,
respond?
I'm still waiting.
that's all my messages with Peter Wright, you fucking idiot.
Go ahead and
Oh,
read
it's
them.
not
And
that.
There's none to read, you
Oh.
fucking dolt. That's all of them, you fucking idiot.
That's actually funny.
where's this cigarette? Do you need another cigarette, bro?
There's not a. So there. I just read every message I've ever had with Peter Wright for you live, Matt Natty. Showed them all to you. Did you see them? You don't care? My whole worldview of gynocentrism comes with a guy I've never fucking talked to, Natty.
The entire right wing believes in gynocentrism theory.
Entire right wing. I want you now that
That's
we've
a bigger
established that
claim.
you're the biggest fucking liar on the internet, now it's time for us to go ahead and we'll move right in to your critique, okay? Now, here's how this works. All you got to do now is demonstrate that Andrew Wilson believes anything Peter Wright believes. And I'm willing to answer any of your questions in order to do that, to give you yet another olive branch, and I'll destroy you on this now a second time. Go ahead, Natty, whatever you got.
If you guys want,
I can continue if you want to. I don't mind.
and I apologize, if you promise to play nicely, if not, I'm going into full bitch mode, but I can put the timer to the side and you can dive right in if you both play nicely. Everyone agree? All right. I swear to God, I could scream at the top of my lungs at both of you. All right. I'll remove the timer for now. Don't make me bring it back. Okay. Go ahead, Natty.
Okay. If you think you're here because this is a place where you can reinforce some cultural masculinity, if you think you're here because this is a place to rebel against what you are seeing politically around you or socially around you, please keep on going. Go somewhere else. We are not here for this reason. We preach one thing and one thing only, the gospel of Jesus Christ, our Lord. We preach it without fear and we preach it without agenda. Our only goal is that every single human being might become a living image of Christ himself, that men might become Christ-like men, and that women might become Christ-like women, that children might be true children of God, and that the aged might find the real respect due to those who long live and struggle for Christ in this world, and learn what it means to be redeemed. All of these are other characterizations of Christian life and characterizations of church life. Things they all have in common is that they never seem to be religious at all. Their only interest is social and political questions. What are your views on masculinity or sexuality, on politics or government, on war? Do not come here. If those are the questions that drive your life, come here for one reason, because you are aware somewhere deep inside of you that something is wrong.
Is there a question somewhere here?
Something is wrong with you, with me, with the world in which we live, and this something is called sin, and this is the place where it can be healed. I don't know about you, Andrew, but I joined the Orthodox Church because I knew something was wrong with me. I was a men's rights activist. I knew that was wrong.
That's nice.
I don't think you've made the same realization, to be honest, I have to say.
No, I don't think it's wrong to be a men's rights activist, no.
Right, exactly. Men's rights activism is based on gynocentrism worldview.
Prove it.
I can prove it because Dean Esmay and Peter Wright and Paul Elam have been the most influential men's rights.
Yeah, that's just yeah. So
and all of the talking points that we
Sarah,
have,
make it 30 seconds for back and
all
forth,
of
and
the
we'll never
talking
get
points
through
that
it.
we have come directly from them, and it also comes from the misandry bubble of 2010, which pretty much everyone in the manosphere adopted the talking points from, and
Yeah,
that was written by a transhumanist.
Yeah.
By the way.
So you can have people who advocate for men's rights activism, like Paul Elam, for instance, who I've debated with.
He believes in gynocentrism worldview, and he is his mate.
I've debated with him, Natty. Debated against his worldview,
I'm gonna
Natty.
say stop, Natty. I will have to keep doing the timer. All right.
worries.
If we,
No
if we
worries.
keep interrupting. All right.
So-
Go ahead, Andrew.
Can you reset? Yeah. So anyway, look, I've debated with Paul Elam on his worldview live in a panel with Rollo Tomasi against what their version of MRA is. But just so you know, just because people, you could say this about anything. You could say political party is evil because there's evil interlocutors in it, or people have bad worldviews inside of it. But for you to just blanketly state that men's rights activism is evil or in some way bad, you need to demonstrate that, not by showing me bad faith interlocutors, but what's wrong with advocating for men's rights.
Go ahead, Natty.
Okay, so what's wrong with advocating for men's rights? The reason why men's rights activism is distorted, and it's based on a particular side of the spectrum that I was talking about earlier in my opening statement, where I was talking about how if we view things as left and right, and we have a dualistic understanding because our minds are not with God, and our soul and our body's not with God.
Okay, so my turn. So you notice that you're just prattling. You're not giving me an answer. What's actually wrong? And you prattled so much, you actually ran your own timer out without answering the question. Here's the question again. What's actually wrong with advocating for men's rights? What's actually wrong with it? Absent bad faith interlocutors who could be involved in that movement, like they would be in any political movement, any NGO, any political establishment which exists, what's actually wrong with advocating for the rights of men? What, Natty?
It sounds like you. Sorry, he's finished. It sounds like you are calling Paul Elam a bad faith advocate for men's rights because he is one of the main promoters, most popular guy who got the talking points about men's rights out there. Are you calling him bad faith? I just want to hear that on record.
No, I'm asking you a question.
No, I'm
What's
asking you.
wrong? You don't answer a question with a question, dude.
Yes, you do sometimes.
Okay.
Let me know if you think this feminist is completely full of it, because as Andrew Wilson presses her for a clear answer, she simply cannot give one, which makes it obvious that she is just complaining without offering anything solid, as she keeps whining, showing no real argument, no clear direction, and no focused thought process, while wasting time and failing to explain her own position, all while refusing or avoiding basic questions that should be easy to answer. And as Andrew Wilson points out, you do not answer a question with another question unless you are deflecting and trying to avoid the truth, because if you actually had the answer, you would give it directly, prove your point, and win the argument, which is the entire purpose of having a response in the first place. But when someone does not have that answer, this is exactly what people like her do. They dodge the question and then try to justify the dodge. And the mental gymnastics required to make that behavior seem reasonable is honestly incredible. Which connects to why many men say there is no value in debating women like this about men's rights, because they are not interested in those rights at all. They view everything through a self-centered lens that benefits them even when it comes at the expense of others. And that is why ignoring voices like this matters, because the only real power they have is the attention they are given. So if you are enjoying the video, make sure to hit the like button and notification bell. And now let us get back into it.
Well, I'll let your timer run out, and then it'll be my turn again.
Go ahead.
So one more time, I'm going to ask the question to Natty, who refuses to fucking answer it for the 400th time. Natty, what is actually wrong with being a men's rights activist? If you're advocating for things like, for instance, I don't know, the abolishment of the draft would be a really good one. That could be a men's rights advocacy, which I would consider to be a moral claim that an Orthodox Christian could have a good claim to. Perhaps that men should be put to death by the state. That could be another great claim that an Orthodox Christian could make, and why they would advocate against it. There's a big split there. Circumcision is another claim that can be made by men's rights activists, which you see in the Orthodox Church. There's some split there. Natty, one more time. What's wrong with advocating for men's rights, Natty? Answer the fucking question.
Andrew, take another bit of your cigarette, bro.
God, this
Just
chick's never going to answer.
Down.
Just answer the question.
I'm going to answer the question.
Here's what I'm going to do before I'll reset your timer too. We're going to run this for 10 more minutes, and then we're going to go to Super Chat. So if you would like to have a conclusion of the conversation and be productive, I suggest we go with Q&A, and we continue doing that in good faith. Thank you.
No problem. The what's wrong with men's rights activism is that it's based on the gynocentrism worldview, and beneath that, it's also based on an ontological egalitarian view of viewing the human. So if you're an Orthodox Christian, you cannot subscribe to a lot of the talking points that men's rights movement has made. In fact, most of them are cherry-picked. In regards to things like the draft, there's something in Orthodox Christianity, I wouldn't say that they would have a particular strong view either way.
Yeah, exactly. So my turn. So anyway, back to this real quick. All of these could be construed as men's rights advocacy. You're talking about the idea of circumcision, the idea of the draft. Abortion would be part of men's rights activism. So would custodial custody for parenting. All of these things would fall, and so would DV laws, domestic abuse laws. Those would fall under men's rights as well. All of these things, which from the Orthodox view is fine to advocate for change for, Natty, what's actually wrong with being a men's rights advocate? What? Other than Natty says it's all gynocentrism. Prove it. Prove any of those things are gynocentric.
Go ahead, Natty.
Okay. Domestic violence laws. The men's rights movement has claimed that there's a lot of prejudice against men in terms of domestic violence. Well, actually, strictly, that's not true. What we actually find is that the domestic violence tends to be more reciprocal, or 60-40 in the UK in terms of men being the perpetrator versus women. And actually in the UK, coercive control has been passed, which actually helps men. And that had nothing to do with the men's rights.
Okay, so anyway, so this was based on, this is all based on categorization. So when you go into DV laws especially, you already had laws on the books for assault inside of the United States. Special categories were pushed by feminists for domestic violence specific laws, right? Those were designed to favor women. That is in fact true. Yeah, I can actually give you the subset of laws, and I can give you the links to those laws and who they were pushed by. So the question becomes like, what's actually wrong with advocating for equality under the law?
But the reason this woman refuses to engage, avoids answering, and keeps deflecting is because she does not want to admit that men's rights could be reasonable or fair. Because the moment she does that, she starts losing ground and giving up power. And that is exactly what women like this are trying to avoid. Which reminds me of an old quote I cannot fully place that basically said if women were ever given the right to vote, they would vote men into slavery. And while that sounds extreme, it becomes unsettling when you really think about it, especially considering women make up a slight majority of the population. And yet we are expected to trust women like this with authority.
Can I order some stuff for my work desk? Small stuff. I go over my Amazon order with you tonight before I buy. I like this idea. I like this idea a lot. You gonna pick out a theme?
Over men's rights and the future of men themselves, when the reality is the only reason she has that power in the first place is because men gave it to her, which makes the situation even more insane because the same men who gave women the right to vote and have a voice are now the ones being targeted and pushed against when it comes to men's rights. And that could only happen because men handed over that power to begin with. So now we are living in a situation where power has been given to people who are actively working against us, which is completely crazy. And this applies to liberal women, feminists, and so-called independent women. Because the truth is, power in society is never shared equally. There is always a leader and a follower. It has never been 50-50, and it never will be. And pretending otherwise only guarantees conflict down the line. But thanks for watching, and let me know in the comments what you thought about Andrew Wilson completely dismantling this feminist argument in the debate. And if you enjoyed the video, make sure to like and subscribe, and I will see you in the next one.
So, PoE, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
I did not like the video. It proved nothing and gave me zero new information.
Kaya, please just fucking go. I can't stand any of you dumb in this goddamn chat. You are just a trans person. I despise you more than anything else on the planet.
As far as me being a propagandist goes, everyone is a propagandist. I'm just honest about it. Old enough to count, old enough to mount? Question mark?
If 2025 will be remembered for anything, it'll be for being the year that the online left finally gave up on mommy and daddy.
Contra puts out this post on Reddit.
ContraPoints, who is one of the platform's most prominent purveyors of style over substance,
released as bad of a take.
This like rambling narcissistic post.
Let's read it and let's talk about what the problem is with it.
Will they be happy if I get in the bath and pour milk on a mannequin of Netanyahu?
I also feel a lot of other things.
Do I think it's a genocide? Yes. Is that bad? Yes. But
Natalie typed this out and read it through.
What's the theme? Let's see. Cute desk themes for work. Boom. seems dumb. Amazon. Desk accessories. Ooh. Quartz bonsai. Quartz bonsai. Very cute. $30. Fuck you. Hold on, partner. I'm overstimulated. That's funny. Lego plants. Nice. Is that all they got? Office decor. Okay, now we're talking. Ooh. What is this? Moving sand art picture. It comes in different colors. Very cool. Ooh. Everlasting rose globe. Very cool. Tiny plants in jars. Very cool. It's only $15 for that thing, too. What else we got? Meditating turtles. Okay. Tiny frog reading while dripping or sipping tea. Okay. The plants aren't real. You get the glassware and the stand, and you put your own plants in it. Oh, you know what you need for work? Portable sound board. You need a portable soundboard. Okay. You need a portable soundboard, so whenever somebody comes up to you, you can be like, you can press a button and it can make a fart noise on them. They come up to you, and the chicken. They come up to you, and it's whenever Alex says something funny, you hit the clap button. Whenever Debbie bends over and her ass cracks out, you take the picture. The picture sound. Every time somebody comes up to you and they're talking too long, you hit the crybaby one. It's a ooh, crybaby, crybaby. Wah, wah. Okay. So add that to your list of things you need. We'll keep looking, though. Yeah, exactly. You need this sign. But did you document it? This is a good sign, too. Ask desk rates. Answers, $1. Answers which require thought, $2. Correct answers, $4. Dumb looks are free. I like that. Ooh, the little balls that slap each other's nuts up against each other and they make each other move. I like it. Funny animals with sunglasses. It's called trash can, not trash cannot. It's got a little raccoon on it. That's funny. Silicone magnetic ball fidget toys. Yeah, get a fidget toy for work. I'm sure there's a bunch of dope fidget toys you can just keep on your desk. Ooh, bring your own cozy chair clothes that you clothe your chair in. Look at that. Looks like you have a custom chair at work. You just take it with you. And that way you don't have anybody else's butt juices on it. Oh, it comes in green? Tallow chair covers. Ugh. Yeah. Keep other people's butt juices off your butt. Comes in so many good colors. And they can match like your aesthetic that you're going for, whatever that is. I like it. Positive taco. It's okay to fall apart sometimes. Tacos fall apart. We still love them. Tiny Taco has your back whenever you need a pick-me-up. What a fucking weird thing. Be kind to your mind? Oh, shit. Oh, okay. It's kind of creepy in a cool way. What else we got, Anna? Cool clock, so you can watch the clock slowly go by. Well, I don't think I've helped at all, but hopefully you've got some ideas now.
Made sure there were no
I love
grammatical
you.
errors, and then
Good luck.
thought that this was good to publish. Crazy. A shameful statement. When your dog got electrocuted, you spun the fact that it wasn't a buzzer? It's not! Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. That's
You
not
can go to
even a
Goodwill,
counter
see if there's any cool things.
Meanwhile.
Gray sky. Yeah.
When it comes to meta discourse about BreadTube, which swings around every few months, commonly there is one side that says BreadTube isn't dead, and another side that says not only is BreadTube dead, it has been dead for literal years now. Is it dead? Is it not? Is it in a third liminal space in between? Is it on life support? Is anybody even a BreadTuber when nobody in the purported group even claims the name? What even is BreadTube anymore, you know? It is for the reason of that question lacking a definitive answer that I am coining a new term despite being one qualification shy of a PhD and probably not able to coin terms. Whatever. Pop leftists. A pop leftist being a popular leftist figure that uses pop culture to convey, to advance their Marxist, socialist, leftist content. Despite some of the ambiguity that we have established so far, what is clear is that some of the figureheads of this movement, if you want to call it that, have demonstrated themselves to becoming increasingly compromised, shall we say. By which I mean, if politics is supposed to be about the codification of ethics and morals, then some of these people, some of these emissaries, have demonstrated themselves to have the exact opposite morals and ethics that they theoretically, supposedly should have. What is it that Two-Face said in The Dark Knight? Either you die a hero or you live long enough to become a grifter, animal abuser, genocide apologist, pedophile, misogynist, or sex offender. Is that what he said?
That's
Is that
exactly
what
what he
Two-Face said in
said.
The Dark Knight? I think that's the quote, right? Hello and welcome back to the Latent Observes channel. It is I, the Latent in question. It is you looking as dashing as ever. And today, as I've already spoken to it, we're talking about pop leftists. And of course, as I foreshadowed, we're going to be getting to mommy and daddy and everybody else in between. But for now, baby boy, we have a date with Destiny, if you don't know, is a political streamer and debate bro. I became privy to him, or became aware of him, maybe around 2 to 3 years ago or something, during the precipice. Motherfuckers love saying the word precipice. Of the whole manosphere thing, which I suppose is still going on, but it feels like it's tapered off a little bit, you know. My introduction to him was the male feminist that was invited to these things. You know, he was on Fresh and Fit, he was on the Whatever podcast at some point, you know, putting forward his supposedly feminist ideals, you know. What's his at Omniliberal? He's a left person, you know. So yeah, you see him in these little podcast clips, these, and you know, your little YouTube shorts and probably TikToks where people repost and whatnot too. So you think this is a verbally adept guy, quick with the mouth, pause.
Quick with the mouth?
I meant like verbally fluid, high verbal IQ, whatever. He's defending the women, you know, against these misogynist men. So you think, oh, what a good guy. He's got blue hair. Wow, what a good guy. He could never be evil. He would never be evil now, would he? He would never be. And that is how I would have foreshadowed and introduced Destiny if it wasn't for the fact that in between filming originally and editing, I didn't come across a whole host of other interesting content from Destiny, shall we say, that quite frankly I could make a whole other video on, and so I'm going to. What are those interesting bits that I came across regarding Destiny, I hear you ask? Well, here's a little sneak peek.
When you first learn how to shoot, it's usually better to shoot in the isosceles stance, right? Both arms are even, your entire body is like straight, right? Your legs are lined up with your shoulders, and you're shooting right out in front of you like this. But the way, I didn't know this until I started watching her shoot, right? But what happened was when she fired, right? When she was shooting like this, and she shot, the way that the recoil traveled through her body would make her ass jiggle in the most delicious fucking way. Oh my god, it was the most beautiful fucking sight I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. And I don't know how it worked, but just every time she shot, the way that her body absorbed the recoil, there was like that ass jiggle every shot. Oh my fucking god. It was the best fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. Holy shit.
I don't know.
Oh. Dude, I really like booties. Damn, that's fucking beautiful.
Oh my god, that is fucked up. That guy, I was like 16. Okay, I'm done with streaming, I'm done with streamers. I was like 16 when we went to the gun show. He's like, what is he, like 30 or something? Did you watch it? Isn't it creepy as fuck? Stop attacking me! You were talking about my ass when I'm 16 years old! We were just friends, like we were both streamers and we were friends. And we both like the same game. No.
So, you know, subscribe for that, because that was just the tip of the iceberg. And yeah, moving on. The Vorsh section is going to be pretty straightforward and short, because low-key pedophile.
It is possible for an adult and a child to have a sexual relationship and for it to have positive outcomes on the child as well.
Pedophiles, right, who buy child porn, would you say they should not be held responsible for doing that?
Yes. In fact, and this is going to be a real hot take, I have yet to hear a convincing moral or legal argument as to why possession of child should be illegal. Actual child.
The argument that I was making essentially is that people are inconsistent in their moral outrage.
Oh, he really was making that argument. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is like, you know, sometimes people are so smart they're stupid.
High-key misogynist.
If anyone makes an expression like this at the camera at any point, it's legally okay to be sexist towards them.
Oh, stop. What are you like?
Shut up, bitch.
Not something I'd have chosen for myself, but hey, whatever gets you going.
Stupid fucking bitch.
I don't think some people quite understood what I meant when I talked about how a big chunk of male feminists despise femininity and are often the most appalling towards women.
She just wants to live in Mad Men and be sexually harassed by, like, the fucking The Office boys.
Again, one of these debate bros, streamers, you know, I'm going to put forward the arguments as to why my politics are correct. Hey guys, it's me, Vorsh. I don't hate women. Except when they disagree with me, in which case I'll turn into the very men that I supposedly despise and talk ill of. Okay, buddy, this is why you can't trust male feminists, bro. It's the performative male thing. Online now, people will voluntarily put forward their beliefs and ideological perspectives, and if you take in enough of it, you can synthesize it and say, okay, can't say this thing, can say that thing. If I say more of column A and less of column B, I'm good. But there's only so much you can keep that mask on, you know? It's a persona. I guess somewhat piggybacking. I guess piggybacking. That doesn't sound right. Following on from the Vorsh thing, and that if you disagree with me, I will kind of kick you to the curb in the same way that everybody else does. You know, you have, let's say, people that qualify as being marginalized, say. And so a lot of conversation, a lot of airtime, stream time, whatever, is spent defending and saying, you know, we need to look after the most vulnerable, and the most vulnerable just so happen to be the people that they're not straight, they're not cis, they're not white, for instance. You know, you've seen The Matrix, and one of the darlings in leftist spaces, at least for the past 10 years or so, has been trans people. And yet, when it comes to, like, again, it's the Vorsh thing of, like, I'm pro-women until they disagree with me, and then the Hasan thing is, I'm pro-trans until they disagree with me, and then it turns into, you're just a trans woman. It's like...
My issue as a trans person is the fact that you, a guy that isn't super well versed on trans shit, brought on a known transphobe knowing he might bring up transphobic shit. You aren't exactly a Vosh at trans debates. I hope that the rest of your life is as horrible as it is every single day, okay? There you go. Suck my dick. I despise you. I despise you more than anything else on the planet. You are fucking cancer, okay? You are cancer in this community, and you're cancer in every community. You are just a trans person. Sorry.
Are they a protected class or not? Do they have a life experience that needs to be taken into account or not? Or is it just when their ideology points a certain way? I was going to leave it here. I was just going to make a point about the fickleness of a person like this, the kind of person that puts ideology before humanity, let's say. However, that was before the great shockening of 25.
But it is emblematic of all of America's much more consequential violence. Okay? It's the same reason as to why America... Kaya, please just fucking go... Just stop. Jesus Christ, what are you doing? You're being such a baby.
This geezer so obviously and blatantly shocked his dog and then tried to lie about it for fucking days that turned into weeks that may well turn into months. Previous videos of him shocking his dog started to resurface.
Please go back over there. Go England. Go England.
Over the course of the past.
I have it still. I bought it. They are incredibly effective.
I genuinely think the way that Hasan reacted to this qualifies for top 10 anime crash outs of all time. He's saying he hates you, he hates his fans, he hates all of his supporters.
I can't stand any of you dumb fucks in this goddamn chat. Oh my fucking god, I hate the left. I hate liberalism. I hate everything that's going on every single fucking day of the goddamn week. I hate my life. I hate fucking streaming. I hate socialism. I hate every single fucking person who thinks that the peak of activism is just being the most annoying, holier than thou, the most ultimately woke leftist. You did it. You did it. You have unlocked the fucking nihilism within me, okay? I am black-pilled. Nothing will ever get better. I want to just shut it off, dude. I want to shut everything off. I just want to go away. If I wasn't so goddamn stubborn, I would have a long time ago. Oh my lord, dude. I 100% think you should someday go on sub-only mode. What do you mean? The most annoying people are literally like the 40-month subscribers. What are you talking about? The people that actually brick me, the people that actually cause me to fucking spiral out of control are always the people that have been in this fucking community for years, who never shut the fuck up.
I'm just watching clips of this thing get progressively worse over days, and it's like, I would respect you much more if you just said that you fucked up. Like, I've been sat on my chair, damn near turning into 90s Chris Rock, like, I know you did it, just admit it.
I know you did it, just admit it. I know you did it, I got it on film.
I know you did it, just admit it, you fucking bitch. But of course he's not going to. This is quite literally the guy that proudly referred to himself as a propagandist.
As far as me being a propagandist goes, everyone is a propagandist. I'm just honest about it. You're a propagandist. You think it's a bad word. I don't. That's just the difference.
What's the, when people tell you who they are, believe them? Oh, but he's handsome though. Oh, if he looked like this, you wouldn't give a fuck about him. Similarly, I've had this thing in my mind. This is kind of off topic, but fuck it. I've had this tweet in my mind for about like 4 or 5 years now, and I've just never posted it. This is so dumb. If Karl Marx's name wasn't spelt like this, but it was spelt like this, nobody would give a fuck about him. Similarly, if Hasan Piker didn't look like this, he looked like this, nobody would give a fuck about him. Yeah, man, those fucking Republicans... No, it's not even how he sounds. I just think it's very telling how people not only treat their own fans, but treat animals, you know. When something,
just stop.
You know, you can lord power over them. How do they treat them? I never got that. You know, to what, again, tangential, when people would be like, oh, when you're on a date, you should make sure to see how the person you're on a date with treats the waiter. And in my mind, I'm like, how is that a good heuristic? Because it's so easy to not treat people like shit. Apparently not. Apparently for a lot of people, it's actually quite difficult, and I just wasn't aware. Am I saying that Hasan Piker is a psychopath? No. But I am saying he has some psychopath tendencies. The torturing of animals. It's like every serial killer, bro. If he just changed his glasses and put the Dharma glasses on, he's probably killed at least 3 people. And even if he doesn't actually shock his dog, which he obviously does, the idea of forcing, spot training your dog, your pet, your whatever, to stay in one spot. These fucking animals are prop, bro. What the fuck are we talking about? This guy invested in a fucking animal because presumably he's fucking A/B testing. He's fucking min-maxing his stream of like, oh, if I have a doggy in the background, people will watch for longer. You can present yourself so easily of, oh, he's got a dog, he's such a nice guy. He could be a cunt. Even if he's not actually a psychopath, he certainly demonstrates the schadenfreude of one, you know. Telling people to kill political actors that aren't hypothetically in their best favor.
Left-wingers, liberals, you need to be fucking showing your opponent's guts on there, okay? You need to be gutting them. You need to be shanking these motherfuckers and letting their intestines just ride on stage. What the fuck is this shit, man? Slice them up. Slice them and fucking dice them. What the fuck is this?
It doesn't matter if he's an animal abuser. It doesn't matter if he is the America deserved 9/11 guy.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
It doesn't matter if he's low-key pedophilic. Talking about Hannah Montana's a slut.
Legendary question of all time. Old enough to count, old enough to mount? Question mark? I want to say thank you to Miley Cyrus for showing off her camel toe at the VMAs the other night. I always knew Hannah Montana was a little slut. Don't even try to hide it. This is a classic example of what happens when your father doesn't pay attention to you. You turn out to be a slut who's craving for attention, and then I tend to pick you up at a bar late night and bang you out on the first date.
This is your king? This is your mascot? What are we talking about? But he says the right things, though. But he's a cunt. Is this going to be the end of Hasan Piker? Of course not, because as we know, politics isn't actually about politics. It's about teams, it's about association, it's about ideology. And so long as you continue espousing the right things, you'll continue to be enjoyed, even if you're low-key a pedophile, even if you're a cunt. Even if you scream at your own fan base that you don't actually like them, that you hate them, that you quite literally shake somebody's hand that represents you and you wipe it off. How many clearer indicators of disgust sensitivity do you need? This guy... bro.
Hi.
I just wanted to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
My hero, for sure.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. What should we do? Kaya.
Time passes. People forget. This geezer came out of the Zoran Momdani win. Motherfuckers started clapping like he didn't. Oh, dude. I do not care about the size of your house. I do not care about how cool a car you drive. I do not care about how many people watch your stream. To me, a loser is a loser is a loser.
Motherfucker, come here. Day, if you run right now, I'll fucking kill you. Like, I'll actually kill you, okay? In front of everyone.
Big Joel. I don't really have anything for Big Joel. Big, I don't think he's that tall. Joel, his real name's Henry. How am I supposed to trust you when you've lied to me twice just by introducing yourself? FD Signifier. I've already spoken about this geezer before in a previous video. I'm not going to do it again in this one. I'll give you a little bit of a hint.
This is the problem with like as a token.
It depends on what position the token is in.
Not only is a racist slur.
And so if you want to hear about my thoughts regarding that, it'll be in the pinned comment or the description, or do the little eye. You'll find it. You'll find it, baby boy. This also might be a little bit of a niche one, or like a British coded one. Me again. The reason I said also is because at one point in this video's sequencing, there was another British person mentioned. However, since filming, some things had come to light, which is not to say that it made the things that I said originally untrue or dishonest. It just lacked a lot of context, and so I'm going to take that section out and I'll throw it up on Patreon because, you know, I've already done the work. I may as well put it there, and I'll put like an extension of the disclaimer, and you'll find out who it is, who old Chuckles was going to put a critique. So if that's interesting, that'll be on Patreon. You can watch it immediately after this video if you're still clamoring for content. Gary's Economics. Not super privy to this guy. Again, like I'm not privy to everything and anything under the sun when it comes to the regards of any of these people. Man's not on the internet all day. This one is not necessarily actually about his political beliefs. I think generally I would imagine that him and I align on like, it's not getting worse, rich getting richer, poor getting poorer, inequality, etc. And that I also have like a significant amount of resonance in that, like a lot of the characteristics in which we grew up in are fairly similar, you know, working class background, volatile-ish upbringing, the saving grace to our lives being intellectual, you know, being able to go into higher education and, you know, make it out the mud and that. So again, this critique is not about what he says necessarily, but certainly the way that he goes about doing it, the kind of rhetorical devices that he uses, and once you start seeing them, you can't unsee them, or I can't anyway. There's this kind of martyrdom that he does where he's like, you know, I know this isn't gonna work, but we gotta do it anyway. And it's like, if you know it's not gonna work, why are you like putting your eggs in this basket? I'll go on to talk about why that may be in just a second.
I know it's difficult, and I know I'm probably going to lose. I know I'm probably going to lose, and that means our viewers will be poor. But I do it anyway because I do not want this country that I grew up in to fall into desperate poverty. And I know that Farage will win, and I know that Trump will win, and I know that things will get worse. I don't think I'm going to win.
So if you know you're promoting a strategy that is not going to work, and it sounds like you think is incredibly almost impossible, then why would you not be more practical in your solution?
In certain debates, I've watched him like strawman arguments of like, well, you just want da-da-da-da-da-da, but I'm fighting for da-da-da-da. It's like, you're not honestly representing the other person's side, you know, that you're talking to.
So it's not about fairness, it's about pragmatically what can you get away with.
All right, well, pragmatically what we can get away with is desperate poverty for our viewers' kids.
If you want to have... Can we zoom out just a minute, right? I want to zoom out.
Let's zoom away from our viewers' kids.
Zoom out.
Forget about them. They're not that important.
And then even in, let's say, like, closed conversations, you know, it's three people, there's still this kind of, like, appeal to the audience. It's not technically there, but I guess will be by the time it gets converted into video. There's this kind of, like, breaking of the fourth wall of, like, you know, our kids will be all right, but the viewers' kids, it's like...
Let's have a tax system where your kids and my kids and Stephen's kids are multimillionaires, and these guys out there can't afford to feed their kids and put the heat in.
That's not what I'm saying.
But that's what you will get.
That's not what I'm saying.
That is what you will get. Listen, that's what I'm betting on. That's fine, because I'll make money in the markets. It's fine. And you'll make money, and you'll make money. It's our viewers who will be poor, and that's fine.
There was a point, and I wasn't sure if this guy at the time was being literal when he said this, because again, fairly new to his point of view, let's say. And his character overall, but there was a point where he, like, wasn't sure if this was figurative, where he's like, I bet on things getting worse year after year. I wasn't sure if that was figurative or literal, and then it turns out that, like, he used to be an investment banker, and so...
I made millions of pounds by betting that inequality would destroy the economy and the lives of ordinary families.
If you do not tax them, I guarantee you poverty will continue to explode in this country, and I'm not just saying that, I'm betting on it. and I bet on it year after year, and I've made millions of pounds betting on it, and I don't want to be right this time.
He is a millionaire, multi-millionaire that, you know, ostensibly fights on the side of the little guy, the side of the oppressed people, relatively, you know, rich, poor. And there's something slightly unsettling about that in, you know, after, for instance, reading White Fragility, the Robin DiAngelo book, where she, a white woman, is telling other white people that they're oppressors and that, you know, black people and other people of color are oppressed, and it's not going to get better. It hasn't gotten any better over like half a century. Something about it just rubs me the wrong way. Like, I critiqued that book, the White Fragility book, over the course of like a mini-series, and the final episode, I remember the title of it being like 5 words. It was calls herself racist, becomes millionaire. So, you know, what's that? Baby shoes for sale, never worn. I got a more punchy title in 5 words, let alone sit now. I don't think it's a good idea to have your income be incumbent on the thing that you're claiming to be fighting against. It's just a little bit suspicious for my liking. When your money and fame comes off the back of the thing that you are supposedly fighting against, it's like, but you're the beneficiary of the inequality. Again, you've literally said that you bank on it getting worse and that's how you make your money, and then that's the way he gets clouted as well. Like, there's a nobility of like, you know, but he's one of the good ones though. He's one of the good multi-billionaires. There was an episode of Black Mirror, I think in the first season, where I guess it was like an allegory in the same way that almost every episode that they do is an allegory. I guess all of the episodes, but you know, there's a premise where like it's essentially people are just being entertained to do work, and that's basically the duality of life. You go to work, you come back, you entertain yourself, you numb your brain, blah blah. And there's a point where the main character of that episode, you know, is had enough, doesn't want to do it anymore, and gives the impression that they're going to kill themselves, and then doesn't, and then the system kind of like takes that person in.
Authenticity is in woefully short supply. I'd like to hear you talk again.
How so?
The slot on one of my streams where you can talk just like that.
And they put forward that message time and time again, but then they never commit to the thing, you know, I'm fighting for you guys, I see the injustices too.
Farewell forever. To the same time next week.
Meanwhile, they're living a completely different life to the people that they're supposedly fighting for. I'm obviously not making an argument that, oh, because he's a millionaire, the points that he's making, the political views that he has are invalid. I think that's silly. That's a kind of like standpoint epistemology thing of like, well, who are you to say that? And so we're going to discredit your beliefs because your characteristics don't align with the kind of person that should have those beliefs. That's, you know, silly. But like, I don't know. Bro's getting clouted off of it. It's kind of theatrical, even down to the like the body language. Like, he does these kind of like crab hands often. I'm holding a mic, so I can't do it with both, but it's this kind of like, is it like a humility or like an honesty thing of like expressing a kind of vulnerability? I don't know. He does these weird crab hands. Maybe I'm being a bit too like micro detailed on it, but I feel like a body language expert would be able to talk about it in some way of like what that conveys. And then, speaking of people that are quite into theatrics when it comes to the left space, let's say, I was going to talk about Philosophy Tube, and then I thought I can't really do that because I haven't watched a Philosophy Tube video in at least 3 years. I think the last time I watched a Philosophy Tube video, or fully anyway, it was the Trans Coming Out video, which I'm gonna be honest, I watched that whole thing and it had been so long prior to me watching a Philosophy Tube video that I didn't realize that the guy talking for most of it was not actually Philosophy Tube. And then, you know, the reveal is, you know, I'm not the name of which I previously went by. I'm Abigail now, which was like cool, but then also, like, as I say, I'm like, is this an issue of all white people looking the same that I can sit through 30 minutes of the thing and be like, that's the person that I previously watched, and then it'd be like, lol JK. I don't know. I do feel like I remember watching it being, it was interesting to say the least. Partially because, like, in a previous video, Philosophy Tube did say that, like, they are a cisgender person.
Before we dive into the remainder of this video, I should say up front that I am cisgender.
For those of you who might be new to this sort of terminology, that means that my gender matches the one I was assigned at birth. So I'm not transgender.
And then also, when explicitly asked about like whether they had ever experienced gender dysphoria, they said that like they hadn't. So
Alice Rose recently found out about LeftTube. Really enjoy your content. Came at a good time because I've recently been through a tough break lately over who I am. Oh, tough breakup over who I am and a lot of gender dysphoria. Any advice? I don't have any advice on dealing with gender dysphoria. It's not something I've ever experienced. As for breakups, I've been there.
It's not really for me to care about or know. I'm kind of just like laying the foundation for how I am familiar with this person, let's say. I think the thing that I find interesting about PhilosophyTube is, since ContraPoints, I suppose, like pave the way for the kind of aesthetic and methodology, so to speak, of how to present ideas online. There was a very deliberate and conscious, "Ayo, can I see your homework real quick?" It's like, you know, once the meta was carved out, it's like, here's before, blank background or bookshelf background, and then here's ContraPoints, and then here's PhilosophyTube. It's like, these are the same image. What's the meme? These are the, I don't know. And I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say that either. Like this, you know, the comparison or like how identical these things are. Like, I'm not even the first person to call it out, because in fact, the most prominent person to talk about it is indeed herself, Natalie ContraPoints. A bit of a cryptic deleted tweet for you coming. Pause. Look, I get the pain of the trans woman who realizes that her boyfriend wants to be her. I really do. But on the bright side, at least your ex didn't also ditto your entire YouTube career. That would be so awkward. Haha. I wonder who that's about. A man plagiarized my work. My sister in Christ. You plagiarized a whole identity. What are we talking about? When all is said and done, is being a bit of a copycat and making edutainment that much of a crime when you think about it? Not really. So I guess moving on from Temu ContraPoints, we'll now talk about actual ContraPoints. I will get to the Israel-Palestine thing in a second, which I imagine is the main thing that people are caring about. Once again, I guess I'll just do a bit of a rundown of how I'm
Okay.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And of course, here's the meme of the day, brought to you by FiveMind.com. Oh, there's nothing like sweet, swift justice. And really, I think this speaks to all of you. This speaks to activism, real activism, and its power, the power of the collective. There's been so much pressure on this administration and the GOP. Stop sitting on their hands. Stop being scared to act. Stop being scared of the media and the potential headlines that might release, and rather just spearhead forward and do the right thing. Bring accountability. And well, here's the result of that pressure. A few days after Don Lemon and his ragtag crew of, our words, decided to storm that church service and intimidate all the people involved, as well as impeding their right to practice their faith, Pam Bondi's DOJ has officially taken action, and it appears as though every single individual involved here, or at least the ringleaders, they're being taken off the streets, they're being put in handcuffs, one after another. And of course, you could imagine the left is, getting ready to clutch their pearls. Oh, the horror. It's Orange Man. Fascism. So we gotta do what we always do, get ahead of their bogus narrative spinning. Let's explain very clearly and very unabashedly why this is the right thing, and frankly why this is necessary. It's time to hold these left-wing terror goons accountable for their actions. If you commit a crime, you do the damn time. It's really a simple concept. Otherwise, you're simply setting a horrible precedent. You're saying it's open season to continue engaging in, I guess, what you could describe as soft domestic terrorism, because that's exactly what this is. They may not be suicide bombers, they may not be mass shooters, but engaging in any type of violence or intimidation in the pursuit of political ends that is textbook terrorism. Let me show you guys what's going on, and of course, let's fly swat these pathetic left-wing narratives of fascism. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so it started with one. The ringleader here, Don Lemon's little BLM friend, Mrs. Nikema Armstrong, the ringleader, the orchestrator of this whole event. well, she's been held accountable.
Remember that church incident on Sunday in Minneapolis? The AG Pam Bondi posted this, all right? I'm reading now. Minutes ago, at my direction, HSI and FBI agents executed an arrest in Minnesota. So far, we've arrested So far, okay, we'll come back to that. So far, we have arrested Nikema Levy Armstrong, who allegedly played a key role in organizing the coordinated attack on City's Church in St. Paul, Minnesota. We will share more updates as they become available. Listen loud and clear. We do not tolerate attacks on places of worship, end quote. I want you to react to that, Paul. But on Monday, Tricia McLaughlin was on with Dana and me. And part of her answer said, I think we will be seeing mugshots very soon. She was tipping her hand that arrests were on the way, and this is the first one that's been made.
Yeah, and, look, there's going to be very, very little that they can do in defense of this because it's on film, and for once, they didn't cover their faces. Now, here is the thing that's going to come out of this.
30% health.
You have her under arrest. Now you're going to get the communications. And this is where it starts to spider web out. You start to see who's talking to who showed up in regard, including Don Lemon. How much did they all know going in? That imports things like conspiracy charges, which can be quite heavy. There's criminal civil rights charges that are implicated in the church incident.
This is also because one of the things that we found out about that was that they were targeting them.
She's been arrested and charged under a federal crime. That's Title 18 of the United States Code, Section 241. The title of this law is Conspiracy Against Rights. And actually, if you refer to my first video, that's the exact law that I cited. I initially mentioned the FACE Act, but I said, that might not apply directly, but there's other laws. And I listed this as one of the potentials, and there it is. These clowns are going down. And it's not just Nikema, it's also that school board member. I forget her last name, but I remember her first name was Chantil. Let me get her full name here, 1 second. Chantil Allen, yeah, this character. Another BLM activist. Another walking, talking public nuisance.
Lockup's in there. We'll bring her in. She'll stand off to the side. I know this only because I just did it once.
These Democrat LARPers are getting exactly what they deserve. I guess this Chantil character should have stuck to her old shenanigans of causing a loud, annoying, aggressive ruckus in local chain restaurants. In 2021, she was arrested after being an unhinged public nuisance in Benihana in St. Paul. She, of course, claimed that she was being discriminated against again. I literally can't with these people. But yeah, she probably should have stuck to flipping over dishes and playing the racist card in local eateries, but no, they just had to ratchet it up. They decided to take it to a whole other level, and they stormed a church. And honestly, they're probably too ignorant to realize that they would be committing a federal crime, but ignorance is no excuse. Religious freedom is a very important right. It's one of the bedrock rights of the United States. And there is no First Amendment right to obstruct somebody from practicing their religion. There's no First Amendment right to walking into a church service and intimidating the churchgoers. And now is a time to set an important precedent. When people engage in these stupid actions, these outrageous crimes against the community, they have to be held accountable, even if they didn't know, even if they were ignorant of the law, or there wasn't any extreme harm done to any individual. I'm sure you're going to see online that people are saying, oh, this goes too far, but it's not. And I'm sure you're going to see people saying that this goes too far, but it doesn't. A lesson must be taught to these absolute scumbag losers. These days the left has become way too emboldened. They've stretched the definition of protest way too far, and they've been allowed to get away with way too much for way too long. And I don't want to see any crocodile tears from any of these fake revolutionaries. You idiots on the left, you label yourselves revolutionaries. You dress up as frickin' black-clad Antifa street soldiers, or you LARP as beret-wearing communist frickin' fighters. You're always tough talk, blah, 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 talking about the revolution, even though there's no revolution to be had here. There's no necessity for any of this incessant nonsense. So, you gotta take it. Nobody should feel bad for you. You've become a group of LARPing frickin' idiots. You've decided to dedicate your life to absolute brainless partisan chaos bringing, and well, now I guess it's time to claim your stupid frickin' prize. What else needs to be said? And honestly, hopefully this is the first couple dominoes to fall. Hopefully the rest of these actors that were involved in that church storming fall next. maybe Don Lemon next, although it appears the local rogue magistrate is refusing to sign off on an arrest warrant for him. So the update that I have there is that the DOJ certainly wants to go after Don Lemon, but he might be able to get away with it. Maybe the whole I was a journalist cosplay will be good enough for him. But while we might not get Don Lemon, it appears every other individual here is going down one by one. And of course, speaking of what I said in the intro, the whole fascism claim is already coming into play.
They've just arrested Nakima Armstrong for our protest on Sunday. My lawyers tell me they have no case. This use of the FACE Act and the KKK Act is complete bullshit. But let's be honest, they don't care. They don't believe in the rule of law. They're fascists. They're now going after the Clintons for the Epstein files? What the God damn it, people. When will you stop acting like everything's normal and going about your days? Get in the streets now. It's time to shut this country down. We are at fascism. The republic has fallen. Please, Americans, please stand up for something. Do not be the same as those in 1930s Germany, because right now that's exactly what you're all doing.
Yep, they're now using this to further justify their argument that America has fallen to fascism. They're just arresting us willy-nilly. It's always the same friggin' thing, right? Engage in a crime, and then once you FAFO, hit us with the I was murdered defense.
Hey, Terry! 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 Here's your words. Here's your words.
I was murdered.
You were murdered. Okay,
Victims of fascism. We poke the bear claws us back, and now we're the victim, right? Give me a frickin' break. And just listen to how stupid these people are, how ignorant. This guy mentioning the Clintons being held in contempt of Congress as his evidence of political weaponization. Oh my lord. At least when we were pointing at fascism, when we were pointing at political weaponization, it was the Democrats bringing all these trumped up frickin' cases against President Trump because they didn't want him to run. They were trying to invalidate his run and throw him off the ballots. In their case, that's what they've got. The GOP is holding the Clintons in contempt. Yeah, you dumb. They were hit with frickin' subpoenas. They were called to testify in front of Congress and they refused. Not to mention, it's not like there's no connection there. I mean, hello, Bill Clinton, Jeffrey Epstein? Yeah, there's certainly a connection. And so wanting to question the Clintons on said connection, that's not fascism in action, it's totally valid. And them refusing to testify, well, is technically illegal and they should be held in contempt. Even left-wing media sources are mirroring that same talking point. But moving on from this complete frickin' imbecilic nonsense, just like the Clintons being held in contempt, the charges being brought against all of these left-wing goons are totally valid. It's quite simple, actually. You colossal morons ran into a church during a service, completely shut the entire thing down, were yelling and intimidating people, and so yes, you impeded a group of people in their federally protected space, engaging in their federally protected right to practice religion, and so one can make an argument that you guys conspired to intimidate people during their free exercise of their rights. I think honestly the action and the charges here fit to a T. And look, it's not to say that these people committed the most heinous crime imaginable and they should be locked up for life, but obviously they committed a crime and they should be held accountable. And very simply put, if you don't enforce the law, this will continue and likely get worse. More of these radicalized left-wing lunatic morons will start storming places of worship across the nation. And simply, that cannot stand in a civilized society. This really isn't difficult, people. It's called consequences for one's action. There has to be consequences. You have to set a legal precedent that this is unacceptable. This is not protected First Amendment protest. This is illegal. You want to protest? Stand on the street. I don't know, get a permit and do a march. Lobby Congress people. Do a social media campaign. Have your voice heard in the Democratic circle and win the argument. Anything beyond that is unacceptable. And it does, in fact, fall under the umbrella definition of terrorism. This, my friends, is exactly what the Democrats have been enabling. It's what they encourage. It's what they try to teach the young people to get involved with. And you get these freaking colossal morons, these low IQ freaks who don't even know what the hell's going on, who don't understand basic law, who don't understand the issues, who get so wrapped up in these grievance narratives, and they're simply taking things way too far. That has to stop. And again, all you gotta do is flip the situation. Imagine it was a bunch of Trump supporters storming a mosque. You wouldn't hear the end of it. The mainstream media would be clutching like you can't believe. But now in this case, you simply flip it, and they're all defending the indefensible. Well, how about screw them and bring accountability? And it appears that's what we got here. Swift justice. Hopefully these people are held accountable. You know, you got the rest of the judicial system to go through now. Hopefully judges won't be tossing these cases, but of course we'll be following it. And again, I don't want to see these people, you know, in prison for the rest of their life, but they certainly should get a significant, appropriate punishment. And that's got to be the deterrent for other people not to, you know, follow in these actions. It's time to set legal precedent. And if you're crying about it, well, I don't know, you're probably Harry Sisson or something. Don't care. Anyways, that's what I got for you guys. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Alright guys, I'm sure by now most of you know who
I'll be back.
Caleb Hammer is. He's a super successful YouTuber who runs the show Financial Audit, and I've said this multiple times. I mean, I've talked about the guy in the past. I'm a fan of his. I enjoy his content. I've noticed that there's a lot of people online who not dislike him, but they straight up hate him and they make up stuff about him. I'm like, from what I've seen, I don't think it's that serious. Yesterday this went pretty viral and I thought I would come on here, share my thoughts, share my opinions. So there's this YouTuber that goes by Papa Gut. I'm not too familiar with them. And Papa Gut and Caleb Hammer were friends, if not pretty mutual. And yesterday, Papa Gut had a mental breakdown, a low-key generational crash out on Caleb Hammer, sewing now, crashing out. I don't know, it's pretty cringe, it's pretty pathetic. I mean, this got close to 1 million views. So, and the reason why this crash out happened in the first place is because Papa God is responding to this guy that goes by Nick Shirley. I don't know anything about him. He's exposing the Minnesota fraud scandal, and Mr. Gut didn't like it.
This is 607, and it is not a transportation company.
That's crazy because the address isn't 607, it's 607 South. So this is where they are right now, right? This is where they're supposed to be. He's not at the place that's actually listed on the place. He's dumb. He's an idiot. He doesn't know how to read directions on maps.
Okay. Safari.
I really just need to look at this for this video. I don't care because we just figured out that they're lying about the address. I need to know if Caleb Hammer and they're...
I saw this already.
So I'm gonna try not to get too angry in this video. I can't make any promises though. Today we're gonna be talking about IShowSpeed in North Africa. As soon as he went to North Africa, the vibe switched. The racism.
Turkey Tom getting canceled.
Wasn't this?
Wait, Turkey Tom's getting canceled? Are they trying? What'd he do?
No.
What'd he do? He touched some child?
When people come forward on the internet with things that are very sensitive...
Trying defending him, but Nicholas Diorio might have turned on him? Oh, shit. Watch Chud's videos? It's short? True. Maybe it'll be in my algorithm here. Maury, Turkey... Chud Logic.
Scale of 1 to 10, how bad? He says, very. No, dude, not like that.
Is there a more recent one? 21 hours.
Busted Belle
ago.
Delphine, they're calling her. That's a lie. They did meet, and he had a hotel with her. Is it her?
No, not that. It's in our subscriptions. Okay, so the Turkey Time market gets way worse. Doing it right in front of us. Turkey Tom just leaked their calls. Oh, God. Turkey Tom allegations are insane. Miskiff has been hiding this all along, secretly trans. I love these. I love all of these. Okay. This is
So
the one.
they just struck me as some sort of like Rose Ballet, you know, wannabe attention seeker, and that was it. Tom was such an instrumental part of getting my transition taken care of. I wish he didn't cut me off. So guys, as you know, we have had this Turkey Tom drama, and there's been a flurry of allegations, and there's been some evidence, and we're going to go over some of the newer leaks, the leaks I've not seen yet later today, okay? But I wanted to separate out this particular allegation, okay? And I think it's quite clear why I want to do that when you see what it's about. And you're going to have lots of comments about why I'm doing this, okay? But the reality of it is, and I'll say this plainly from the start, I am skeptical of this specific allegation, okay? Now, broadly, I've got skepticism, but this in particular, I'm extremely skeptical about, okay? Now, this allegation relates to a alleged transgender individual. And let me tell you,
Oh
people from
no,
my own
Turkey Tom
community
trans ally?
have been
Trans
very quick
fetishist?
to point out certain details in order to paint a narrative, okay, that I have been gawk chasing. But I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, these allegations are baseless, okay? These allegations are totally baseless. So let me just address that part first, and then we'll get into the Turkey Tom aspect of this, okay? So there is a person called Jacqueline Sophia London, and this person has accused Tom of engaging in activities with them, okay? Now, in the course of this being discussed, we'll get to that part in a sec, in the course of this being discussed, people have pointed out that I'm friends with this person, and they have then used that to make some sort of insinuation that we're friends for some sort of illicit purpose, okay? Now, I resolutely reject that, and I can prove it to you.
Okay,
right?
prove it to me,
So
Chad.
let me show you these series of messages. So this person messaged me back during the Mr. Beast drama that was happening last year. It was at the tail end of it, okay? And they were desperate for me to watch some video of theirs. And they sent me these messages. Now, people are saying, why are you friends with them? Because they sent me a friend request and I accepted it, okay? Because I don't know what they are and are not going to send. Now, they could be sending me some goodies, okay?
I get why I don't want your community to dig into.
That's okay. I meant not to do. I meant no, not touching kids. Oh, good, good, good. Watch that video. Good too. The comments clarify.
You want to
Okay,
save
we'll watch
it for
this.
yourself.
Then we'll
Very
watch the
funny.
new Chud one.
Thank you for the 333. Now, sometimes people
Because
say-
as we know, he likes Turkey Tom, which we like Turkey Tom, and he's also a huge fan of tranny girls. So he will be very sympathetic to Tom's plight.
send you goodies, and people are thinking, "Oh, what does that mean?" Well,
'Cause I don't need a biased. I need an unbiased. No. I don't need an unbiased. I need a biased opinion on the people I like. Okay.
I just mean they can send you pieces of information. They can send you a video that you're not familiar with in terms of related to the drama, and so on and so forth. Okay. So I tend to accept most friend requests that people send me. And there's literally nothing to read into that, in spite of baseless attempts to try and say otherwise, okay? There is nothing to read into that beyond maybe they're going to send me something that will be of interest to me. The problem is any way I slice it, you're just going to say, "Oh no, gawk, right? I get it. That's the
Yeah,
meme,
exactly.
okay? I get it. That's the
Exactly
meme.
what we're gonna say.
And
Gawk,
obviously, I'm
gawk, gawk.
saying it in a way that leans into it a bit because it's funny. But the reality here is, this person sent me a friend request in the height of the Mr. Beast drama, and there was a lot of stuff floating about around then, and I thought, like I normally do, maybe they've got some information related to the drama that they want to send to me, okay? So I accept the friend request, and straight away, they start trying to solicit me to watch some fucking video that they've made. And this is honestly one of the most annoying things that people do, okay? The thing that they do straight away is they start trying to get me to watch some fucking video they've made, all right? And I'm like, I don't want to watch some video. I don't even know who you are. And so I don't respond to them. I don't respond to them, okay? So they say here, Chud, I have something you're going to love. You're in my video, by the way, about Mr. Beast and more, okay? And then they follow up the next day. Had to do with a video you did recently, and Rose Malay, Brad, Mr. Beast, Nolan, and me. It has to be kept secret for reasons I'll explain. I'm going to need you to acknowledge this to be able to put it off. Do not discuss with Rose. So they were messaging me about the Mr. Beast. I mean, I think this was even after the Mr. Beast drama had finished. So I don't even know if it was... I can't remember exactly where it is in relation to that. But in any case, they're trying to get me to watch some Mr. Beast drama.
Yeah. Chud loves the trannies. I agree. Right for a bias source.
I don't respond to this, and
it looks like I do have the opposite side. This guy right here.
Scale of 1 to 10, how bad? He says very. No, dude, not like this. No. Sent me pictures of a face being bruised after going to meet up with him.
There's a guy that got in fight with the other guy, Caleb. Big Papa, or whatever his name is. Something Papa. But it looks like he covered the Turkey Tom thing, and he's also pretty left-wing. So he'll give a good counterpoint to if you ever want an unbiased source on this subject, or if I ever want an unbiased source on this subject.
Process with this person is, they're just some attention seeker. I think it was around the time Rose Malay released a video. So they just struck me as some sort of like Rose Malay, you know, wannabe attention seeker. And that was it, okay? That was the end of it. So lo and behold, what do I see?
He's oppositely based, I'm thinking. Yeah. He's definitely a big left-wing guy, but I like his common sense commentary, and like Destiny, he owns a lot of like, he's like, this is what, you know, here's the bad thing that would happen if rent control, and he's like, I'm actually okay with that bad thing happening, as long as, you know, since the bad thing's like 10 years from now, I'm not worried about it. I just want to be able to get in an apartment right now, and then once I'm in an apartment, and enough people get into those apartments, then we'll fix it. We'll find a different way. He's like, this happens all the time. We're like, the problem is a real problem, but it's down the line, and it's something that can be solved for with technology or just enough people putting effort towards it. So he's like, it's not a real problem. It's just like a problem that we've seen before and has proven to be a problem, but will not always be a problem. And it's sound advice. Like, there's lots of things like that I approach in my life where I'm like, you know, I'm going to go do this thing, and I know that there's going to be problems with it, and I can think of a couple problems with it, but just doing the action of doing the thing, I solve for a lot of the problems while doing it. And he's very much that kind of person that will at least own the problem that the right is, you know, saying that's going to happen, and he's saying, I'm willing to take that risk, and I'm willing to, you know, hope for a better off result.
Floating about on Twitter.
That made me understand him a lot more. I was like, oh yeah, that is how some things have to be done if they're going to be done at all. Okay. Otherwise, nothing gets done sometimes.
One of Augie's RFC shitter fucking Twitter users has been pushing this around. Now, this was actually, I think, posted in my Discord, in my Hot Take channel, okay? So, they're now bringing forward their own allegation about Tom. Now, I didn't know who this was and didn't connect the dots when I first saw it, right? But I was immediately skeptical because it's like too good to be true, you know? There's lots of things that I'm seeing in this drama that are like, I feel like you're just saying this because you know it's going to get a positive reaction and people are going to run with it, you know? Tom is innocent. He was always a gentleman with me. Age play isn't for everyone, we were consenting adults, and I don't believe he filmed the other girls without their knowledge. Okay, so literally just giving it to us.
That's a
on
good
the fly.
start.
What two adults do for fun is up to them. I'm sure you all do or watch weird things. APDL is no different. Tom was such an instrumental part of getting my transition taken care of. I wish he didn't cut me off. Now, I know chat's going to go wild for this. I've already looked at this on Kick earlier. I'm skeptical, bro. I'm extremely skeptical of this. It's like, you're being given it on a plate, dude. They're giving it to you on a fucking plate, bro. Like, come on. This is all too good to be true, is it not? You know, you've got every point being hit in there. You've got like, oh, he was into age play. You're even leaning into some of the memes about Tom loving trans people too much because he uses the pronouns in the videos in terms of helping with the transition. So, I don't know, dude. I'm skeptical, especially thinking about the fact they messaged me to try and get me to watch some shitter video that they made, okay? Now, there is some proof, or I should say evidence that was posted to back up their claim, okay? Which is this image here, right? And there's a dot lining up to show it's actually Turkey Tom, right? Now, I've seen floating around some kind of analysis of the picture and claims this is like AI. I don't know how much weight I put on that, but like, the image looks legit. It does look legitimate, right? It looks like a legitimate image. So I don't know if I can discern with my own eyes whether or not this is AI. I think you need to go and investigate further or something like that, right? Okay? But here's the thing that I would ask, okay? I'm not saying that anything I've seen disproves this, but obviously disproving something is often quite tricky, okay? What I would ask is, why are you only posting a single image of the two of you together? Like, why is that the only thing that we're seeing, okay? Because the other stuff they've posted is like this, or Alex has posted this at least. Like, I might be mistaken on this, but have there been any DM leaks of this? Like, surely you would be able to back this up with more substance than just this picture of you together. Like, do you not have, like, DMs of you talking about the transition, for example? Do you not have DMs of him talking to you about some of this stuff? And even if you were wanting to say, oh, well, you know, we only spoke about it, we never DM'd about it, well, surely there'd be call logs of this. Right? I mean, you're giving us a very juicy story with very scant evidence of anything. Because even if it's true that you met up, I mean, it doesn't really verify, like, what's the transition point? Like, where's that fucking backed up, dude? Like, where's the receipts, bro? Where's the receipts? Where are the receipts? It's just too perfect. And I think that's the other problem that you've got with this, is you're going to get to a point where it could be that people are trying to fling dodgy allegations about. And I'm skeptical about this. I want to see more before I say this is legit. But it actually ends up undermining the point you're trying to make if you do want to talk about the, you know, potential wrongdoing. Because you could quite easily look at this, if you, from Tom's perspective, and you could, if this is indeed not true, you could say that this is bullshit, this never happened, here's my DM messages with them, da-da-da-da-da. And you then start to undermine the claims about you broadly, because, you know, you're sort of pointing out that there are some dodgy allegations, you know? And yeah, there's obviously issues with some of the stuff the women have brought forward in terms of evidence anyway. So it just feels like stuff like this, assuming it isn't true, doesn't help. And if it is true, well, in that case, like, provide us with some more evidence to look at. Like, give us at least some DM logs that shows the backwards and forwards between the two of you. And I don't think I would even accept screenshots at this point. Normally, screenshots, I'm like, whatever, that's probably true. Okay? But, In this case, I think I would rather see like a scroll through of the messages. I think that would be a, you know, a better evidence to back this up, because I'm like, I don't know, dude. I am very uncertain about this. This seems very flaky. It seems like they're giving us too much of a good story. Too much of a juicy narrative, you know? So yeah, I don't know, bro. I'm skeptical. Is there anything else that anyone has seen? Is there anything else that anyone has seen that backs up this story whatsoever? This is dragging on a bit. What, this segment? This segment or the story? I mean, this is the first YouTube stream that I've done since last Thursday. So I've missed some stuff. But yeah. Show us your DMs. Well, no, dude. Dude, it's... I don't know, dude, bro. It's been 20 minutes, bro. Give me a fucking break, dude. Okay? Holy fuck, man. What are you hiding? Nothing. Nothing. I don't want to show my DMs because I don't want you fucking nosy Parkers to be looking at who else I'm messaging and make conclusions off of that. You know? I don't want you to be like, ooh, who's that? Who's that? Who's that? I wonder what they're talking to them about. Literally none of your fucking business, okay? None of your business. Dude, Dude, I don't have to prove anything to you. This is adequate. This is adequate to show that I'm not interacting with them. Plus, dude, classic sweeping from chat, okay? Classic sweeping from chat. Trying to move it on to something else to get away from the core of the Turkey Tom allegations. Very transparent what's going on right now. Very obvious. No, dude. No. Bro, dude, I'm not just going to start leaking people's DMs. Bro, mind your fucking business. That's what you need to fucking remember, okay? I'll decide what's your business.
I'll decide what's your business.
Okay? I don't bow down to what fucking chatters want, okay? You're a bunch of retarded fucking losers, as far as I'm concerned. With no fucking independent thoughts.
True.
You're fucking droolians. So sit there and shut the fuck up and take what I'm putting out. And if you don't like it, you can fuck off, okay? Fuck me, dude. When the chatters get all this fucking thought process that they had valuable opinions, okay? You don't. That's it, dude. But anyway, in any case, I just wanted to put it out there because I saw this circulating. And I don't know, man. It just doesn't really seem to have much legs. This is crazy. Dude, people are so retarded, bro. Some of the takes I'm seeing about this are insane. Absolutely insane. Chud spurging out over Gok allegations. Well, that's why I got a sweep for Tom on this one point. Because I know what it's like, Tom. I know what it's like to have the Gok leak. No! But, you know, in all seriousness, I can't bear a shoddy, unevidenced allegation getting pushed and not being scrutinized. And obviously, because people are fucking retarded, you know, they're all buying into this with very slim evidence, you know? And it's like, dude, like, just slow down a little bit. I know it would be very funny. I know it would be very funny if
it's funny. It's funny either way.
Tom was a Gok gobbler, okay? I know that's very juicy. But let's just fucking hold fire a little bit. Okay? Let's just hold fire, wait for more information. Now, if it turns out you're right, fair enough, but that doesn't mean you should conclude off of this. You know? If you want to say it's true because it's funny, so be it, okay? Chud ruining the fun. Bro. Dude. Okay. Dude. Honestly, dude. I'm about to crash out, man. I'm about to crash out again, dude. Ruining the fun What do you mean ruining the fun? This is what I do with every fucking allegation, bro. Okay? Ruining the fun. What, actually thinking about whether something's true or not? Bro, what do you mean, dude? This is just how I look at this stuff always, every single time. If you want someone to sit there and ring a bell and talk about how this is true and Tom's sucking Gok, Kino Casino is right there, okay? Kino Casino has got all your needs met. I'm sure they're having a great laugh with this stuff, if they've got to it yet, I don't know. Okay? But there we go. Chud is desperate to bring it back to Tom. What, okay. What do you mean, bro? What? I don't understand what that means. Dude, this is the biggest drama in, like, the commentary community. The freshest drama that's happened in months. And you're acting like I'm fucking unreasonable for doing a couple of streams about it. Like, what do you mean, dude? And this is about Tom. Dude, I'm covering this and saying, I don't think this has got legs. I need to see more. Fuck me, dude. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Keep tilting, Chud. It's so much content. I know. It's all good. Anyway, guys. Problem? Can a woman jerk off in peace anymore? Why are they standing there? Dude, what is happening here?
You were really comfortable touching your shit. Bro, I literally saw your shadow, bro. Like...
Bro, we have a video of what you were doing, bro. The shadow says it all, bro.
This is the one, bro. Yes, dude.
Okay. So the allegation is what? He loves the Gok? Is that the one you sent me?
Problem? Can a woman jerk off in peace anymore? Problem? So they just struck me as some sort of like Rose Ballet.
The Rose Destiny type shit? Oh shit. Alright, we're gonna
When
watch.
people come forward on the internet with things that are very sensitive in their life, whether it's trauma or not, or whether it's abuse or not, the internet is going to take hold of that, and in that vulnerable state, they can manipulate those people to feel
But today,
a
we're
certain
going to talk
way
about Turkey Tom and his allegations that he has.
Massive day for the unemployed. Commentary channel Turkey Tom has allegations coming from some ex-girlfriends. Don't know who this guy is? Well, he's a popular commentary channel with 1.6 million subs, best known for this video, Too Mad Was Alone. I think he also got molested by Destiny, so yeah, that happened. Oh no, the Times of Canada. Turkey Tom faces serious accusations as former partner shares detailed claims. The alligators were posted on January 14th by a user known as Sacramento89 who claimed to have dated Turkey Tom after meeting him on Tinder. In their account, they described volatile behavior and emotional outbursts, alleging he did crazy like kicking holes in the wall while he was renting.
And I've punched holes in the wall.
Basically, I started to get suspicious about all the e-girls he's followed, interacted with, and then he started raging at me. He also lied to me at first about the fact he does YouTube. He did some crazy stuff like kick holes in the wall of the house he was renting because a girl who copies Belle Delphine got hacked, and the hacker was blackmailing him with his fix. You know what? Valid crash out. He continued to talk with her after that fact. I have screenshots confirming all of this, and I've attached a couple more. More disturbing claims followed. Sacramento89 alleged repeated non-consensual recordings stating this guy is a real freak and likes to record encounters without asking first during almost every time. His merch was a warning, no. Anyway, these girls came out with these stories on the controversial forum Kiwi Farms, and so far these are just allegations, he said, she said situations, and we don't have Tom's side of the story. YouTuber Chicken Little is facing allegations by a previous ex-girlfriend whom he dated for 7 months and a 2-month fling, of recording encounters with them without consent. This ex is also stating that nothing illegal happened and it's not revenge porn while coming forward with the allegation. This ex also stated they were considering contacting the police but didn't. The alligators continue with the accusation that Turkey Tom hit his fling and bruised her face. The fling also states that Turkey Tom is into age play. The ex that made the initial Kiwi Farms post states that Turkey Tom was rough during their encounters and would choke and hit her as well. Seeing Tom today, I'm not sleeping. I have to go to the airport. And I still have this stupid bruise on my face. Twin of victim. We don't know the timeline of these circumstances, and again, innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I gotta emphasize that. If I'm getting used, I'm gonna end my especially because he is me damn near and I'm just letting it happen because I want him to date me. Guys, I might snap and have to confess my love and insanity to him. I think hiding my BPD isn't working. Need GIM to know I'm already insane and already attached. Y'all hating on Turkey Tom for getting some pussy. Oh, we got a text chain. Everything good? I don't know. I'll explain later. It has nothing to do with you. Oh, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad? Very. Oh, I'm very sorry. An ex of mine got hacked, basically. And some of the stuff is probably going to be dropped online. Photos. They emailed my family. Oh, bruh. It's okay. Is it? I have no idea because this never happened to me. Like, bruh, I don't even know what you're saying to me. She looks like a crazy person that dresses like a child. It's weird. It's okay, though. I don't know what to say. I was taking anything at the time. I have Gooner mutuals with her, unfortunately. I'm just a little creeped out, but that's okay. I also got creeped out. She was a nutso, so I stopped talking to her. That genre of women are demons. Every one of those types I've met, like, actually f***ed me up. I was friends with one for a while, and she was insane and f***ed me over. Looks matched couple. One of the girls who came out with stuff even had a screenshot of matching him on Tinder, but she claims to never know who he is. About the Turkey Tom allegations, who takes screenshots of people they match with on Tinder? The abuser claims Tom hid his channel from her, implying she didn't know him. So what was the need for this screenshot originally? Just curious. This story is insane. The more I learn, the less I know. Crazy paradox. This isn't that relevant, but I think it's kind of funny. He posted a photo of his, like, basement couch, and this random girl called it the E-Girl dungeon. So far, we just got allegations, and I guess the only thing we have that's confirmed is that he, you know, stuck his crazy, and you probably shouldn't do that.
Yeah. When are you gonna learn?
The accuser's identity was verified through photographs and matching details. As of publication, Turkey Tom has not publicly responded, leaving the allegations unaddressed and the conversation unresolved. And again, this isn't just hanky-panky LMAO drama. They're alleging him of a crime. Recording somebody without consent is illegal, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. So another girl hopped into fray, claiming to have dated Turkey Tom in 2024. We met on Tinder. Throughout the time I dated him, he seemed pretty normal. A few words I learned about Tom. He loves his words, not mine. He was texting Meow Dallin the entire time we saw each other, assuming that her real name is Madeline and it wasn't just a different Madeline in his phone. Ended things with me over text shortly after his trip to Texas. He never talked about his career online. He really wanted to be an artist. His house was almost completely empty except for the basement where he did his work. If anyone would like more details, feel free to message me. Some things I can't say on here. Yes, it's a nothing burger, but I'd figured I'd hop in. What the f do you mean you're gonna hop in? This isn't a local pickup basketball game at your YMCA. These are like life-shattering allegations. What is going on? The victims of Turkey Tom are fighting with each other over who is the biggest attention. This girl is 1,000% an attention who just hopped on the train in hopes of getting noticed. DM'd me very odd messages. Also, obviously, very self-conscious. She called herself chopped and fat multiple times. Anyway, if you guys remember earlier, the girl stated that Turkey Tom is into age play, and I didn't know what that was until someone mentioned diapers and sent me this random AI-generated photo of Tom. And people were clowning on Tom because Tom had this to say about age play before.
ABDL refers to adult baby diaper lovers. In other words, adults who like wearing diapers and role-playing as children. It's pretty sickening and generally has a lot of overlap with those who have inappropriate interactions with minors.
Obviously, nothing's insinuated here.
It's diaper play? Oh my god, bro, people are so weird. People are so weird. They're the diaper play? Oh, that's so... if you're into that kind of stuff, in my opinion, you're 1 degree away, man.
The strongest in history versus the strongest of today clip. This is a very chronically online drama, and sometimes it feels like they're just throwing darts and seeing what sticks. They're like, oh, Tom loves yeah, who doesn't? I'm not discrediting any victims or anything of that sort, but it does feel like a lot of these people are very spiteful at Tom and are sort of vengeful exes trying to get some get back. I'm gonna go to the Nutri-Shop to get more pre-workout and destroy my body at PF, hopefully. If you me and then go flex in the mirror right after again, I will myself in front of you. Now they're just making Tom look really cool. So what I'm seeing is people are basically speculating that because Tom was into this one girl who was into this freakish kind of age play thing, he's in it by extension. Again, this is all speculation, but the one thing that's certain and concrete is that he's hanging around some suspicious women. Mizkif literally copied the thumbnail Turkey Tom used on his video, and all of Turkey Tom's previous victims were coming out, including Low Tier God.
He's a woman of he has a little fetish. And it needs to be something that's spread around. It needs to be something that's out there. This guy's a weirdo. These are the people that are walking around in society dropping hit pieces on people that don't even have these type of issues, don't even have these type of backgrounds.
I'd like to know if he was filming these girls without consent. I'd like to know if he was these girls without, like in a BDSM setting, these girls without consent. Without proof, without evidence, which we don't have much of to corroborate the claims, the lack thereof consent claims, there really isn't much need for a response unless there's actual, like, somewhat evidence to explain this behavior.
If you really didn't do nothing, why not just come out and say you didn't do nothing? Like, I guess he might be lawyering up or pursuing legal action, but who knows?
It seems like these allegations seem like they're just allegations so far. These allegations seem like they're just allegations so far, but no one has come forward yet with definitive proof being like, yes, Tommy's it. It's like they have leaked DMs, they have DMs from Tom saying it's going to be bad. They have this girl's Instagram, which shows that she did have a bruise on her face at one point going to see Tom on the same exact day. Actually, it's literally March 15th, 2024. This is 5 days later, and I still have this stupid bruise on my face. So, but like, it seems like Tom has done some bad stuff. The allegations do line up, but I'm going to say none of this seems like it's anything that is proven yet. And I'd say the only one that's that's proven that's weird is that he likes diaper play.
I don't even think the diaper stuff was confirmed 100%, but whatever. It's funny. And he probably got molested by Destiny as well. This was the original post. The girl has a photo of him, and she essentially just called him a serial gooner. Told me he has a file on his computer called Just In Case that's basically voice memos or calls from his exes to blackmail them with in case they ever say something about him. Look at his ex, bruh. I feel like that's a very valid precaution in this scenario. Stop gooning. But unfortunately, we ran out of time for this video.
So how have you changed?
When somebody's in a vulnerable state, you can invalidate them and you can overhype them. I think we do exist in an online, like, rabid community. And so when people came forward at first, they had these allegations. They were like, okay, those are a little concerning. But then the new wave of allegations from the same exact people have all of a sudden tripled in how severe they are. Maybe it's because they realize how bad it actually was. Maybe it's because they're lying. Maybe it's because people online that are looking to farm drama have decided to make them mentally feel like this is worse than it actually is. And in that vulnerable state, they're inserting information into their brains, which is something that's possible. I don't really know. All I have to go on is what you're saying. And if there are things that you're saying that don't line up, what am I supposed to do about it? That could be really bad for you. I'm sorry. Sometimes on the internet, you get like one chance to communicate yourself, and then after that, people aren't necessarily going to listen to you anymore. All right, guys, let's take a look at this Turkey Tom part 2. Part 1 was pretty crazy. I guess go take a look at it. It seems like, I mean, listen, there's really nothing confirmed. It was a bunch of allegations. The allegations boiled down to he liked it rough, and so did the girls, but he liked it more rough, and he would hurt them. And the girls, from what I saw, they didn't want to tell him that it was painful because they really wanted him to like them, and that creates like a whole thing. And make sure you guys are communicating with your partner. And I think the other thing was that he may have been non-consensually recording them.
Okay, so he does like trans dick. Correct. That's my only takeaway from all of this is that he was not in control of his sexual appetite. And he was getting into some weird shit. Diaper play, trans dick, beating girls up a little bit, That one's understandable, but the other two, fucking weird. And in conclusion, that was his dick. Destiny stuck. I agree. Yes. I was gonna circle around to that, but you're correct. Yes, you beat me to it. Goon too close to the sun. Happens every time. Happens every time. It's just something about it. You have to. You just gotta. Damn. Sucks to suck.
In the way where he would pull his phone out and start recording, and they'd be like, "Oh, what the fuck," kind of a thing. Not like a hidden camera. Again, you should not do that. And then the last one I think is he might have liked to do some kind of role play, like I don't know, weird underage role play. I don't know. That's crazy. I don't know if that's true. I mean, listen, as long as they're consenting adults, I just don't want to hear about it. It's gross. But like, whatever. I don't know. I just don't want to hear about it. Yeah. So like, let's see the update, man. Let's see the update. Or not. Let's not.
More updates on the Turkey Tom allegations.
There's danger choking. I mean, yeah, but it was all like within the context of sex, right? That's my understanding. Could be, I mean, maybe it wasn't, but all of them were like, oh, we would do stuff, and like he would go rougher than I wanted, but like I wouldn't say anything because I wanted to like me. So it was kind of rough.
Because now more ex-girlfriends have come forward, along with various infighting among the accusers, with one of them calling another an attention seeker. Turkey Tom's long-term ex-girlfriend Kai put out a document somewhat defending Tom, specifically talking about that during their 3-year
age play
relationship, Tom never recorded her without consent or was in any way violent to her domestically.
All right. W Tom? I don't know. It's like a baseline.
Simply that they had a toxic relationship in other ways.
That makes sense. I mean, young people. I had a toxic relationships when I was younger too, man. It's like you act like a jackass. I've been there. Dude.
However, she did corroborate an existence of a blackmail folder that the other two girls alleged.
That was the other one, the blackmail folder. Okay, I forgot about that. Yeah, I'm wondering what a blackmail folder means. I wonder if a blackmail folder means, let's see. It's true that Tom had a blackmail folder consisting of phone recordings and text messages. I've known about it for a very long time. I wonder what it is exactly. The blackmail folder. I don't know if that means like, hey, he had a folder with proof in it in case a girl tried to lie on his name or something. As a rich person, like I get it. Like, hey, I have a folder. It has some stuff in here where she's like, yeah, I like rough sex or whatever. Or if it's like a fucking Batman thing that's like, I will ruin your entire life if you speak out against me doing shitty things. That's something that I would need clarification on. Or maybe it's a folder full of like black guys. Yeah, that's true. You got me on that one. You fucking own me there. Thank you.
Additionally, Kiwi Farms and the two other accusers all speculated and put together a timeline of Turkey Tom allegedly hooking up with another girl known as Creepy Hoarder, who has admitted
another girl known as the local David
to being a lolicon and has been accused of other various and abusive things.
The hell? She's an anime character?
And along with all these updates, the owner of Kiwi Farms, Null,
what child, I guess, anime character? I was making a joke. Sorry.
Did an interview with
Jokes are not landing today.
With the two original accusers, wherein they gave more specific details about the information we have heard so far, specifically about the recording, the violence, and the allegations of age play. Welcome to the internet versus Turkey Tom's accusers. It starts with an update to the allegations where one of the exes is filing a police report, and Leia Sapienty tweets out an update.
Didn't they say they couldn't file a police report because nothing illegal happened? That's something I remember from the first coverage too.
I'll slightly reword this tweet as I'm reading it because it's a little confusing with the names. So we have Sacramento, who is the ex that originally went to Kiwi Farms, and then we have another girl who goes by Creepy Hoarder, who was mentioned in this tweet. So it starts
great name.
With Leia saying, update on the Turkey Tom allegations. Sacramento is stating that she is working on filing a police report. Turkey Tom states to Sacramento that Creepy Hoarder is a Belle Delphine lookalike. Sacramento pulls up her account and becomes
Belle Delphine lookalike? Oh, he would love.
As it appears to be the person. According to Sacramento, Tom was still talking to Creepy Hoarder while they were dating. On top of it, Creepy Hoarder faced allegations of their own separately by a previous partner of theirs. These allegations caused Creepy Hoarder to state that she is a lolicon and she is also pro-Anna.
What the fuck? This is like really weird and confusing. I even reread it myself. I don't know what pro-Anna is. This is weird, very messy, very weird. What the fuck is happening?
Screenshot of the admission.
Pro-anorexia? Is that really what it is, or are you trolling?
Will be.
He was Destiny's protege. Too bad. Lol. Was it consensual? That's what he gets for doing all those deep dives on terrible people. Corrupted him. Yeah. You can't take in all these things from the world and not have a proper outlet.
Provided below. Then we have some screenshots. Someone has said to Sacramento, you should be filing police reports along with his other exes if he did abuse you all. And she said, I'm working on it, and asked Joshua for advice. Just trying to.
Fuck is Joshua? What the fuck? A giraffe?
Info dump right now. The first messages are ones that we read in the last episode, which is between Sacramento and Tom, where Sacramento is talking to Tom about how a girl that Tom talked to has been hacked. That girl we know now is Creepy Hoarder.
So it's gonna be Pixie.
We read these in the last episode, but then there is new messages. These messages here start off with Sacramento saying to Tom about Creepy Hoarder, where she says, like, bruh. And Tom says, I don't even know what you're saying to me. And Sacramento replies, she looks like a crazy person and dresses like a child. This shit weird. It's okay though. And Tom says, I agree. She is weird and disturbed. I don't know what to say. I was taking anything at that time. And Sacramento replied,
damn, he was saying he was desperate? What the fuck?
I have Gooner mutuals with her, unfortunately. I'm just a little creeped out, but that's okay.
Oh my god, dude. I'm seeing a pattern. You want to know what the pattern is? It's called fucking theater kids. Oh, what does that mean, Papa God? Why do you get that? I have Gooner mutuals with her, unfortunately. I don't think you guys understand this, and I really have a ridiculously and unnecessarily good understanding of the way theater works. These people are a bunch of high school rejects, and they didn't get any fucking sex when they were younger, so they all fuck each other. Now that they're like more like adults, and so in theater, like everybody's fucking each other. It's crazy. Everybody's fucking this person, and as you say, it's super catty because everybody's fucking the same person and this and that. That's what we're getting here. That's the energy I'm seeing here. We're getting all this catty bullshit. So it kind of makes sense to me now.
Replies, I also got creeped out, and she was nutso, so I stopped talking to her. And Sacramento says, that genre of women are demons. Every one of those types.
What the fuck says nutso? What are you fucking, the hell's that?
I've met, like, actually fucked up. I was friends with one for a while, and she was insane and fucked me over. And Tom replies, yeah, well, this chick is insane too. I feel bad for how bad her mind is. So, shrug. And Sacramento replies,
Damn, dude, well, I guess crazy girls need love too, right?
dresses like a kid, so I think it's weird. No offense. And Tom says, yeah, I don't know what that's about. And she replies, I know I've had people come on to me because I look young because I'm small, so it's weird. And then we have this screenshot of multiple different Instagram stories from a user by the name of Wav City, who is talking about Ellie, also known as a Creepy Hoarder, the girl that was hacked. And Wav City says, I figured I would come out with this now, at least so people would stop associating me with Ellie. There's been some stuff floating around about her, and I wanted to add to it as someone affected by her. If you don't care or don't want to see it, please skip the next few slides. There's a fair bit of triggering stuff, just as a general warning. I'll highlight the important things because it's going to be a long post. As you may know, Ellie and I dated for a year and a half, starting in mid-2021. We didn't
this is the ex of, I guess, Creepy Hoarder. Okay.
Meet online. We met through a mutual IRL friend. This was an incredibly toxic and abusive relationship.
It seems like a lot of young people are experiencing a lot of toxic relationships. Who would have thought?
She did not mean.
Who would have thought that young, immature people would be toxic?
Multiple times, and did so with all of her exes apparently. And I had tried to get out of this relationship many, many times. She abused me frequently, as I will continue.
What happened? Like, what is that? How'd you try to get out?
Sorry,
I'm just like always curious when I hear like allegations like this. Like, what makes it abusive? Like, what's the difference? Like, why couldn't you guys get out? Like, what happened? Blah blah blah. Like all this other stuff.
Next slides. Ellie would use different.
I know it's like insensitive questioning, but kind of I need to hear this kind of stuff when you make allegations like this.
Ways to get her way, including but not limited to punishing herself when I didn't want to do something, or when I brought up an issue with her, threatening to end herself, blackmailing me, threatening me physically, and most often, something I can't say for YouTube TOS, but doing things to her arm.
That's crazy. Probably just giving it like nice kisses or something.
Probably just giving nice
kisses. That's something. Like, yeah, being like, I will take my own life if you leave me is it's pretty abusive. Okay, here's my advice to you guys. If somebody ever does that to you, this is gonna sound really rude. Don't care. I mean, try not to give a shit. Be like, okay, like a lot of times they're just threatening it, and at the end of the day, like, you shouldn't be locked in a relationship with somebody toxic that's engaging in I would consider that like emotional or psychological abuse. It's not your responsibility. But yeah, okay. I mean, if that's true, that would be abusive, though. Crazy stuff.
This included one instance where, while she was upset with me and her parents, she left the room, did the thing to her arm, and came back with the injuries on her wrists. She had sent me the photos of her deeply doing this to herself, quote, hitting beans, to show how upset she was. On one occasion, she pulled it.
That's fucking insane, bro. Holy shit. I had an ex that did that one time. Like, if you leave me, I'm gonna kiss my arm. No, she said that she would drive her car into something. I was like, what the fuck? That's crazy.
Knife on me during an argument where I was suggesting we break up. Shockingly, I backed it
Easier said than done, though, dude. To like be like, okay, fine, fuck you. Easier said than done, man. Shit gets complex.
down. Ellie, consistently throughout our relationship, would use this and other methods to coerce me into having sex I did not want to have and doing things during sex that I did not want to do.
Shit, this actually, I mean, listen, this is all allegations, so we don't know, but this one, this one's a little bit more than just, this one's a little bit more. I mean, they actually, for the first time in a long time, we got like an explicit, like, here's why I could not leave that person. Now, again, it's unverified, but still, I mean, we at least got like a, hey, I couldn't leave them because they would threaten to harm themselves. It's like, shit, you know? Shit, it's fucking crazy.
There was, of course, consensual sex during our relationship, but I absolutely did not consent to all of it, and brought this up with her multiple times. She would ask me to recreate her own trauma, and gave me details down to minute-by-minute specifics.
What the fuck?
Nice. She wrote a script.
Oh my god, dude. Holy shit, this is fucking insane.
I absolutely did not want to do this, and every time she would either do one of the things I listed or claim I wasn't respecting her trauma. As someone with prior trauma, this was damaging to me. Farther, all the allegations about her being pro-Anna, pro-Lolicon, or racist /
I don't know what pro-Anna is. I still don't do I look it up, or am I going to be arrested by the FBI?
Xenophobic are true. Ellie was a member of Hot Pot / sorry, I don't know how to pronounce this, Kaliak. She expressed sympathy.
Oh, it is anorexia. I thought it was something weird.
For the girls that she groomed into joining the group. But
what the fuck? What is happening?
Racist / xenophobic are true. Ellie was about her being as someone with prior trauma, this was damaging to me. Farther, all the allegations about her being pro-Anna, pro-Lolicon, or racist / xenophobic are true. Ellie was a member of Hot Pot / sorry, I don't know how to pronounce this, Kaliak. She expressed sympathy for the girls that she groomed into joining the group, but she was never abused by the group itself. The group would ask these girls to send.
How did she groom them into the fucking group? We're getting using a lot of words, although this person might be using them the right way. I don't know.
Pictures of them doing things to themselves or sending nudes and other things. Ellie was never a victim of this, but was a perpetrator. As for racism, Ellie and the
damn, we got a Camden Gerard Davis type of a situation. You guys remember that? What's her face? The big girl. Sorry, Auntie Spencer. Is that right? She was like, she's like, oh, he groomed me or whatever. He was like 18, she was like 16. But then she was like, I was helping, you know. It's like, oh shit, okay, I don't know. This is crazy. Another cult, yeah. That shit's wild.
Context of me talking about my family members of mine who died in the Holocaust, defended the Luftwaffe, Nazi Air Force, and claimed they were one of the good ones. Ellie is absolutely pro-Anna, and behind closed doors would complain about how much she hated fat people, and would say it's
true, base.
Sorry, that's fucked up, but it's a little funny sometimes. I don't need to be laughing like that.
Starving yourself. She made a big point about showing off her body online, and had her happiness interlinked with how skinny she was, in her warped perspective. Then Leia attaches this picture, which appears to be a response from Ellie, also known
guys,
as
fat
creepy
people are okay. Fat people can be good people. All right,
can be
we
good
love fat
people, but
here.
statistically,
You get it? Fuck you, dude.
who is in this whole entire situation, where Ellie says
crazy.
about the Lolicon plus pro-Anna accusations he has thrown at me, these are true for the time. However, he has also left out all of the details. I was anorexic for a period of time. I was never pro-Anna. I never wished for anyone else to get harmed. I simply hated myself. About the Lolicon accusations, in 2021 to 2022-ish, I did used to call myself a lolly, and want to be one. Incredibly.
How old was she then? How old are these people? In what year? 2021 to 2? Isn't Tom like 23 now? So like, dude, it's 2026. So we're talking about 4 or 5 years ago. So what were they, like a child? Like how old? How fucking old are these people? Like how? Holy fuck, dude! I gotta tell you, I don't mean to be. I don't know if this is gonna come off as dismissive or maybe out of touch or old boomerish, but it seems like the biggest epidemic that we have here is a bunch of young people. That are, by my standards, like young 20s acting like fucking 15-year-olds. That really seems to be like the crux of the problem, is that young people nowadays are growing up so goddamn slow, and they're acting like idiots. That's what it seems like to me more than anything else. and it's manifesting in like some of the most degenerate online behavior. Mix that in with like a bunch of like giving young people too much money. I hate to be that guy too. They're just acting like fucking fools. Like, what the hell is this? This is fucking crazy. You know, do any of these people have fathers? Okay, Boomer, true. Any of these people have a fucking dad? I don't know. It's concerning. They need fathers. We need more fathers in the households.
Cringe. I'm sorry. However, the fact he's calling me a lolicon and not mentioning the fact he frequently would send me the media and go along with it, even though he is now denying all of it, is strange. And then Leia attaches these pictures with the caption, pictures of Turkey Tom.
Who is saying all this? What is this about? I was gonna exactly exactly that. Apparently, the people saying all this is people commenting on the girls' testimonies. So his ex-girlfriend said these things, and then people are taking direct quotes or inferring.
I'm hanging out with Ellie, the ex that was hacked. That also.
Whoa, a girl? That's true though. Some people were traumatized enough to be normal. Yeah, be normal like the rest of us. You know, we got regular. I don't know if I have trauma. I don't know. I guess somebody broke into my house when I was a kid, but you know, I didn't get. I'm not doing as bad as these people, so I guess I can't complain, huh?
Admits they are a lolicon. Then there is this picture here, along with this picture of them in the car, and this selfie here of them both together. Now, how this all got to come out was because Left 4 Dead, who is the second girl that went to Kiwi Farms to talk about the allegations on Tom and allege that Tom is into age play, reached out to Ellie after seeing that Sacramento was saying on Kiwi Farms that Tom denied getting with Ellie. I know a lot to keep track of here, but Dog Zero tweets out.
There is a lot. I'm really trying this time, dude. I'm trying so hard to keep track of this, but this is just so fucking preposterous. All this goddamn nonsense is ridiculous.
The context here is saying breaking Turkey Tom.
Check my locks. Dude, stop. That was fucked up. Dude, that was such a dick thing to say. Check your lock every night, fucking 12 times, boy. Every night. Check out those locks 12 times, boy. It's fucking crazy.
Was allegedly not scared away from the crazy age play lolly girl as previously reported, but instead flew her to Maine and got her a hotel, at least according to the second BPDGF.
Who gives a fuck? Was allegedly not scared away from the crazy age play lolly girl. Whatever, dude. Again, I'm not trying to be a fucking asshole. I don't care. It's weird, and I don't want to know about it. But like, I don't really care what your consensual adults are doing, like with each other behind closed doors. That's not like my main concern, being honest with you.
But instead flew her to Maine and got her a hotel, at least according to the second BPDGF. And this is the post by Left 4 Dead where she reached out to Ellie saying, okay, so one of Ellie's friends DM'd me and is trying to speak on Ellie's behalf since she's not online and they don't understand how to post on here. Tom did meet Ellie as we all thought. Flew her to Maine, bought a hotel. Definitely not scared away, lol. Here's what I have so far. She said she will get more from Ellie. She heard about this yesterday. DM. And there's messages where the girl is saying, hi, are you the girl involved with the Turkey Tom stuff? Can we talk for a second? It's nothing bad. I'm friends with Ellie, the girl that has been posted, creepy hoarder. She was hacked and lost access to her account months ago, so she can't say anything in regards to everything that's been happening. And then Left 4 Dead replies, I would love to talk, because I low-key don't know what the fuck they're saying about her side. And the friend says, well, apparently, Tom said that he was going to meet with her, but didn't because he got freaked out. That's a lie. They did meet, and he had a hotel with her. Then the images were sent, and Left 4 Dead replies, okay, first and foremost, am I allowed to post any of this? I will blur whatever you want. And the friend says, I would post this, but I don't know how to make an account on that site. I've never used it. And Left 4 Dead replies, if not, I get it. I got you, Gain. Do you want me to blur your user? And the friend says, yes, please. I have more pics that she would like to be posted as well. He flew her out on his own will and paid for it. I don't know why he's denying it. So that is the update with the Ellie accusations of Tom.
Cool. Did Tom deny anything? Did he say anything? What is this? I don't know. This seems like, dude, this seems like such high school fucking drama, dude. Holy fuck.
Actually getting with her, but now there is a third girl that came out and posted on Twitter alleging things against Tom. Now these tweets are actually deleted, but Spectate on Kiwi Farms did archive them, and he posted on the website captioning it, another ex has hit the Turkey Tom towers, except she didn't really say much and dated him for like 2 months, lol. And it's a post by M saying, I was going out with Turkey Tom from October to November of 2024. Here's what happened. We met on Tinder. Throughout the time I dated him, he seemed pretty normal. A few things I learned about Tom. He loves cocaine.
Okay. I guess I wouldn't doubt it.
His words, not mine. He was texting Meowdalin the entire time we saw each other.
I don't know who the fuck that is. That another X? There's too many names to keep up with.
Assuming that her real name is Madeline and it wasn't just a different Madeline in his phone. He ended things with me over text shortly after his trip to Texas.
Okay.
He never talked about his career online. He really wanted to be an artist.
Didn't you just show us a picture of you with his fucking play button? Whatever. He really wanted, what kind of an artist?
His house was almost completely empty except for the basement where he did his work. If anyone would like more details, feel free to message me. Some things I can't.
But it's a girl saying this about another girl? Yeah. It's a one friend removed because one of the girls isn't on the internet. The other girl is her friend, so she's giving all the deets.
To say on here. Yes, it's a nothing burger, but I figured I'd hop in. Then after this got posted and deleted, Left 4 Dead actually replied to it as well on Kiwi Farms. This is the second X again, saying, "Hello friends, I'm alive. Here's some responses. First off, I only ever mentioned my BBD to show he obviously has a type and definitely goes after this type."
Well, that's a lot of assumptions. I don't know. I mean, that's, again, there's two possibilities. One possibility is Tom likes to go after girls with mental health issues because they're easy to control. Possibility number two is Tom just happens to be attracted to the type of girl with mental health issues.
Yeah, not likely.
I mean, yeah, okay. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he has mental health issues of his own. I mean, I have my own fucking problems, you know? I mean, I consistently date, like, some type of healthcare workers. Like, my wife's a behavioral specialist. Like, I don't know if you guys understand what that means. Social workers all have mental health issues. I'm very attracted to my wife, which is fucking insane. So that's an adult way to look at it. You know, I'm definitely not trying to groom my wife. It's ungroomable, I'll tell you that. So I don't know. Oops, shit. I don't know. It's kind of like, oh, there's lots of.
Yeah, and this is like an age-old thing.
There's two different
men
things.
have always
because
like,
it's
putting
more
their
known
dick
that
in crazy.
Crazy girls they deserve love too, dude.
Girls are crazy and bitter, and
I
so
think
it's
just
easier
girls
for
are
them to beat
crazier
women
than
and treat them
normal
like
these
shit
days.
and get away with it. I've never used it as an excuse.
These leaks
and I don't
just
think
an
I've
ad
used
to
it
get him more
insane
crazy
behavioral
girls because
behavior
now
in
they know what
thread.
he's
Then she
into.
quotes spectates a thread here and says, "This girl is
True.
1000% an
Just,
attention whore," and just
it's
hopped on the
just free
train in hopes
advertising
of getting
for this man.
noticed.
Whoa.
Deemed me very odd messages. Also, obviously self-conscious. She called herself chopped and fat multiple times. What a mess. Also, photo of new
chopped and fat. Same.
He thought posing and smiling with Tom's Tinder profile up, not even swiped on him yet, so she definitely knew who he was.
Is that actually what that is? That's crazy.
Really just posting this to out the attention whore, trying to fuck up actual evidence because she wants her 2 seconds of a forum fame. Then she continues to reply some other users about Ellie.
I will say, it is weird. There's so many of these people like know about and utilize Kiwi Farms. That is definitely very online. I will say that. So, stop it. Get some help.
Jandal, who says, he did definitely meet with her, and I feel like their DMs would show some of that behavior. And the leaks regarding her ex, age play and kid stuff was a major part of her relationship, and she was really into it. There are texts of them sending lolly, pee back and forth, and her calling herself a little girl and shit. We're just
what the fuck?
Just waiting on Left 4 Dead to
Is this true or?
Get more info out of her at the moment. And Left 4 Dead replies, "I'm still waiting on Ellie's friend. While doing everything I can to try and get in contact with just her. I think I can get her to talk if I can get in
Bro,
contact."
this is one of those situations where it's like so convoluted. Okay, you know what I mean? Like, how much do we care? I'm not trying to be an asshole, but it's like it's so fucking convoluted, and like everybody has like his fucking all these opinions, and everything is the worst thing in the world. You know, it's like holy fuck, we got a bunch of immature fucking 22-year-olds acting like 15-year-olds, being stupid. I'm not, you know. Hey, that's not good. You know, that's pretty much my energy here. So that's not good. Yeah, what the fuck else was I supposed to say, dude? Fuck is this bird?
Shaking my head. And a user MA5B saying, "I'm not too hopeful about this happening. It seems she tried to run away from her online presence. Everything we know about her interactions with Tom comes through other people. She hasn't actually said anything. Supposedly her account is still hacked according to the messages with her friend that Katie posted, but that could just be fake and part of the blackmail scheme. Assuming it's real though, she probably doesn't have access to the messages unless she took screenshots at the time. So we wouldn't have any proof of it beyond her testimony."
Whoa, so true, King.
Which could easily be sweeped by calling her a crazed BBD whore. True by all accounts. I lean towards the theory that her being hacked.
I'm supposed to turn on the line.
This is definitely giving Destiny vibes.
That's true. Well, here's
no wonder they were
I don't
friends.
think that, I mean, maybe I'm fucking wrong. I don't think that like any of this is an indicator that, you know, we have a fucking violent forever predator here. It's just like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, this is bad. Like, that's not good. Change your behavior, you know.
act as part of a scheme ran by her pimp boyfriend or something similar. But in either case, we're not getting anything as long as Tom doesn't run out of money. And Left 4 Dead replies, I agree that her being hacked and the blackmail was def a scam, probably lol. A lot of these lolly typey girls do stuff like that. I've seen it 100 times. And another poster from Jandal saying, well, Ellie already seems like she wants to. She shared the pictures which exposed her as a catfish. To me, that's indicative that she's going to be open. According to Left 4 Dead, Ellie is sending more, but perhaps Left 4 Dead is taking our advice and compiling it into one thing instead of posting it all out of context. I understand this and I'm kind of in the middle. You raise a good point about her possibly not having the text though, but I'm leaning towards she will be sharing more. Just how damning what she shares is yet to be seen.
Tom is still pretty young, so I wonder when he first met and started hanging out with that. Big sus.
And Left 4 Dead replies, when I do get a response, that is my plan. I will compile it all first and add contact. If she'll fucking talk to me. Then MA5B says, she hasn't posted since earlier in the afternoon. It's either that or something's up and she's spooked. Possibly legal threats from the Night RS.
Maybe it's all why does everybody use Kiwi Farms in this situation? Like, I don't understand. Like, it's from my understanding, it's like an obscure, like, weird terminally online doxing platform. What are we doing? Like, I don't understand what's happening.
Sacramento mentioned she believed he was talking to a lawyer, and you can freely send frivolous cease and desist if you want to scare someone. And Left 4 Dead replies, Tom hasn't tried to contact me at all. I just haven't posted because I was busy yesterday evening, lol. Tom did finally block me on Instagram though. And then another
lol
proposed by Jandal, where Jandal's saying true, but it definitely needs more, and I think the lolicon shit needs to be at the top. I've provided even more proof of her incongruous that she's a straight up auto pedo. I've been deep diving into the threads about her on LC. Majority of these images are from 2022 to 2023.
What does LC mean? You've been deep diving into What the fuck is LC?
3, which is during the time Tom was following / sexting / meeting her. Her profile pictures are insane.
How old was she? 2023? That's like 3 years ago. Tom's like is like what, 19 or 20 years old? I don't know, dude. I think one of the problems here is that, like, I'm a grown fucking man, and like I look at this and it's like it's a bunch of like kids. It's a bunch of like 20-year-olds that are like monitoring themselves. I don't know. Monitoring? I don't know. It's a bunch of like young people that are immature, chastising other young immature people about how young and immature they are. And so I'm just like, oh, okay. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense. Maybe I'm being too dismissive, but it's just like I don't, bro, what the fuck? Like, when I was that age, I was just screaming the fucking N-word while I played Dota. Like, what happened to kids being kids, you know? What happened to kids being kids, guys? What are you doing now? What the hell are you doing? I don't know. It's fucking strange to me.
There's so much of this shit, it's her entire online presence. And then he attaches this picture with a section zoomed in and the caption, pacifier, and then some posts by Ellie like this one where she says, breedable puppy disorder. This post...
Incredible. Breedable puppy disorder is wild.
Post where she says 126.7 hours of the coffin of Andy and Lele. This picture here censored with the caption, what the hell is this on Ellie's wall? The fuck? From a story she recently posted. This picture here of Ellie with a body pillow and the caption, Eeper, back in...
What's up with this? These people need to stop being so obsessed with Asian culture.
In 2022, and again this picture of Ellie with a body pillow in the corner, and then here at the center there is the other side of the body pillow. You can just see the back end and her caption, I'm so hungry but absolutely nothing sounds appetizing.
So relatable, queen.
Left 4 Dead replies to this by saying, this is fucking insane, lol. She is disgusting. Funny though, I'm pretty sure Tom...
Did I miss something that was like disgusting? It's just a weird anime obsession. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I didn't see this. Is this a bunch of... Okay, I gotta retract that. What the hell is this? Is this on Ellie's wall? What is... Why? I don't know. It looks like they're all in bathing suits. I don't know why they censored it out. But okay, weird still. What the fuck?
A body pillow in the corner, and then here at the center there is the other side of the body pillow. You can just see the back end and her caption, I'm so hungry but absolutely nothing sounds appetizing.
Was this Tom's long-term girlfriend? Is that what that is? I don't know.
4 Dead replies to this by saying, this is fucking insane, lol. She is disgusting. Funny though, I'm pretty sure Tom loved that Andy and Lele game. Isn't it a weird-ass low-key incest game? And then a new post by 2FA saying, one more thing for now.
Andy and Lele?
Has it been mentioned that when Tom had 1 million YouTube subscribers, he couldn't even sell a makeshift plushie doll like similar? Like,
damn, he got out Bullblacks by the Bullblacks. That's crazy. Who would have thought?
By comparison to his audience size,
not even
I
gonna
heard
look
Nick Diorio in a stream that Tom had to buy his own plushie doll in a large amount to get it over the threshold. So
Damn, he doesn't have a parasocial audience. What a loser, dude.
they just ship out. If I find anything else as I look through what I have, I'll post. I
Thanks,
just
man.
find this
Appreciate
kind of thing amusing. I've deliberately cut the times I took the screenshots there for transparency. And Left 4 Dead replies, "This is true for sure."
I guess amusing is like the right way to look at it, huh? Because it's just fucking weird.
Is the reason me and Sack have plushies. He has a bin in his closet full of like at least 50 of them, Lel. Glad to see
Lel.
Sack said similar. Then there's a post by Sacramento where she says, "You can choose to believe what you want about this situation. Katie or I, if not both of us, have posted definitive proof on this website of the following. Hitting/squeezing face hard enough to cause bruising. One of Katie's texts confirmed the fact he was filming during sex. Caused a severe vaginal bleeding after intercourse. Sending news to an age player with an insane lolicon past
Damn,
that he
he's
definitely
beating
knew
it
about.
up.
Meeting up and presumably having sex with the age player lolicon girl. We literally keep digging for more info, but Ellie hasn't responded. Maybe she freaked. I'm almost 100% certain Tom did age play with her though. Telling us it's attractive we look like children, i.e. small boobs. And Left 4 Dead says, yeah, anyone calling it a nothing burger is a
What do you want to do? Call you guys ugly?
coping retard.
Like, dude, I don't care. I don't like. Okay, so here's what we got here with these allegations: hitting, squeezing the face hard enough to cause bruising. What the fuck does that mean? You guys all liked aggressive sex, and he would hit you hard and it caused bruising. I don't know. I've been there. One of Katie's texts confirms the fact that he was filming during sex. Okay, he would pull out his phone and start filming, and that's not good. And you could see it, and like it's still not good. But like, okay, causing some severe vaginal bleeding. Okay, was it like during sex? Did you guys tell him to stop? Not a single time. If any of these people have been like, yeah, we were like, please stop, and he would not stop. Where is it? Where's the revoke of consent? Like a bunch of people who have admittedly like having rough intercourse. We saw that in the last one. Are sitting here and they're like, yeah, he would have rough intercourse with me. Like, holy fuck, wow, what a shocker. Sending news to an age player. I don't know what the fuck that means. I don't care what you do in your private time, to be honest with you. As long as it's two consenting adults, if you want to pretend, that's weird. But like, it's not enough for me to like fucking shit my pants. It's not good, but I don't know. Maybe she was molested as a kid or something, and it's her way to cope. I don't know, dude. Like, I don't have to worry about that problem for myself. With a insane lolicon past, do they jerk off the kids? It looks like they're like an 18-year-old weeaboo. Like these were kids. They're 18 years old with some weird weeb shit in their fucking room. I don't know. Message up. Meeting up and presumably having sex with an age player. Okay, got it. Tell us how attractive we look like children. Telling us it's attractive we look like children, i.e. small boobs. What does that mean? Did he say I love that you look like children while he like jacked off to you? Or did he just say I love that you have small boobs? Like, what is it, an offhanded comment? Or how much are we sensationalizing this? You know, what's real? You know, what's the actual factual situation? How much of this is an application of sensationalized information? I don't know. I just don't know. I don't think anybody knows, you know? I don't know what the answer is. Or just like fucking crazy shit constantly.
I.e. small boobs. And Left 4 Dead says, yeah, anyone calling it a nothing burger is a coping retard.
Hey!
Then we have Dick the Master saying, Tom's associate Brody TV made a post in defense of Tom, and it's a post by Brody saying, I hate drama, but these allegations against my boy Turkey Tom are a load of bullshit. This chick's a straight up liar. She just fucked up bad. And Left 4 Dead replies, Brody, we are not scared of your sped ass. If the night artist were to come out against us, it would be even worse because in doing so, he would have to admit to having a CNC/R fetish.
Okay.
Beating women during sex without explicit permission and fucking.
Oh, wait, so without explicit permission, what does that mean? What do you mean? At no point has any singular person said, hey, we didn't like having aggressive sex. That's the part that's getting me. Like, not a single time have any of these claims been like, yeah, we didn't like the aggressive sex. It's always just like, yeah, it went too far, but we never said anything. I don't know what to do with this information. Like, what am I supposed to do with that information? Like, truthfully, what do I do? What do I do here? Like, you know, what am I supposed to say? I don't understand it.
A lolicon lolcow.
Just like, holy fuck, dude, this is like ridiculous to me.
I guess you could try to say we liked being beat up / still stayed after, but that would still look so bad on him.
Why? What are you talking about? I guess he could try to say we liked being beat up, and bro, I don't know how personal I really want to get, but like my wife, when we first started dating, we were fucking insane, and we took pride in some of the nasty shit that we did, and it's just like, I don't know what to tell you, and so maybe I'm projecting my experience onto you guys. I have no fucking idea, but like, you know, it seems like again, we saw a message in the last one that was like at least one of them like liked it rough. So what do I do with that information? You know, like what do we do there? How do we parse through this information here? You know?
There are also most likely multiple other
private info. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you, dude. What the fuck you want me to say?
men who have the same experience as us, so we will be proven right eventually.
Whoa.
Dick the Master then also says Clorox Katie got into an argument with a commentary attention whore, Salvo Pancakes, and it's a conversation starting where Katie says, I would never talk to you, you're a weirdo, I don't like you, you sound like you hate women, and Salvo quotes her saying,
Same. Just kidding.
Turkey Tom's washed up ex checking in, I don't hate women, but I hate you. You should move carefully, you're in my arena now. And Katie replies, he wants to unite army guys, that's why he's saying watch out. And Salvo says, okay, let's make up. And
listen, my personal life experience is relevant in this situation. So I'm just trying to be fucking honest with you guys. Oh, I see what I have to do.
Katie says, you're not getting an interview, little bro. And Salvo replies, thoughts on this take, attaching a video where he says, my complete 180 on Turkey Tom drama. These girls should be rebuked from society. They're the problem. And Katie says, I haven't listened to this because I don't like your voice. But from what I have seen, I think you said this after KF started spamming the hard R. So I think you're just mad because of that, and we won't just talk to you. And Salvo replies, typical. The BPD whore hyper aware of all the negative attention. How does it feel? Are the girlies supportive in your DMs? And Katie says, gonna ignore the fact KF thinks you're a loser. Just bringing up my BPD? Boring. No wonder no one watches you. And Salvo replies,
Man, that was brutal.
Everyone on KF, including you, are bottom of the barrel of society. And Katie says, if you feel that way, then why is your whole account literally regurgitating points from there? You have no life. And Leffert,
literally what? Sounded like a slur.
That says, guys, I was trapped at work with only Twitter. I had no choice but to clown the F. Plus, I never DM'd him. I talked to someone else, and they sent my DMs to him, and his ass lied on Twitter saying he was in contact with me. What an F. And then another post by Dick the Master saying Katie talking to another girl.
What is Dick the Master? I keep saying Dick the Master. It's fucking getting clogged in my brain.
Girl and calls Tom a MMA gigagooner, where we have another post by EMS saying
MMA gigagooner. What the fuck is that? That's crazy.
I hope it dies down, but like some random leaks of media are coming out. I don't know what her name is. Close friend's story being shared, like that's so strange. And Katie replies, girl, he's a freak. And if he ain't hit you up already, then your chance is over. Stop gooning over a man who would beat the piss out of you. Damn. And then EMS replies, I'm 16. Why would you think I had a chance with him? Everything I posted about him was before everything came out. Get
what the fuck? What the hell, 16? What's happening here?
Off my ass. And Leffert replies saying, well, the girl Tom Gooners are actually mentally molested and the perfect victim for him. So then back over to Twitter, we have Danelle Torres Burgos, who posts a screenshot of this post and captions it, what is going on?
What is going on?
Victims of Turkey Tom are fighting with each other over who is the bigger attention whore.
Well, he said, just to be clarified, the victims are in quotes, so...
Lamau. And No Mouthwash post replies, only fuck BPD girls, so when they try Me Too shenanigans, they fight each other for attention. Brilliant move, Thomas. Randy says, Tom probably doesn't even have to say shit. This is probably just going to implode on itself. And Denal replies, exactly. The victims going at each other is the end of it all. Mao says, the concept of Kiwi Farms forum fame. And Denal says, it was a bad idea from the start. Willie Mack quote tweets the post by saying,
hey, Willie Mack. I saw Willie Mack started to do a little bit of clip work. Keep it up, Willard. Keep it up, dude. I'm telling you. Good idea.
Turkey Tom.
You got to find your groove, brother. You got to find your groove. You know, sometimes it takes a while. It could take a couple of months for you to get in the groove and understand what people like when it comes to seeing shit on TikTok.
Does nothing. The accusers implode. And Smaggle replies, Turkey Tom does nothing. Okay, Willie. And Willie replies, has he responded yet, Smaggle? Because if he hasn't, that would mean he's done nothing yet. And Smaggle replies, in that same post, she says he blocked her on Instagram. Not a response, but not nothing either. Attaching what we read earlier. And Willie replies, that literally doesn't mean anything. You're a retard.
Hey! Lose my voice a little bit. Hey!
And Smaggle replies, next time, cover all your bases first, Willie, before stating something so stupid. And Scott replies, you sound terminally online. And Levin Harley says, Willie has never once covered all his bases, Smaggle. He actively goes into shit barely knowledgeable on the topic, but pretends to be the smartest in the room on said subject.
Damn.
He's a retarded Nerd City clone.
Jesus Christ, dude. Willie's taking some fucking shots here. What the hell?
Destiny quote tweets Willie Mack by saying, it's easy to make it through accusations when no one covers anything and everyone is willing to sweep for you. Yes. And King replies, speaking from experience. Curiosity Rover replies, Nick covered it the other night. Chud covered it a few days ago. Noel is hosting a talk with the girls. I've seen multiple videos detailing it. Actual.
It's getting a lot of attention, I guess. Okay. Is it that?
Is it that serious? I don't know. Maybe I'm fucking wrong. Is that possible? Have I ever been wrong before? Wait, is it guys? Have I ever been wrong before? What's happening?
The difference is that you clearly were in the wrong and admitted to it. Tom hasn't responded and nothing has been substantiated. Gracie tweets out this picture.
I've never been wrong in my life. I knew it. I knew it.
Showing Turkey Tom liking it. And then Fluid replies, man, me and my friends were joking about people getting psycho over shit you've liked on IG, but here you people are. I guess she was right in saying you can't like an unhinged meme on IG just
How do you know somebody liked something on Instagram? What the fuck? That's interesting.
Because we made you laugh. And Gracie replies,
She ain't a lady if she ain't 280. I like that. I like
Oh,
that.
man.
Ironic here. Then another ex of Tom's
Yeah, a
comes
little bit
forward with
longer.
a document.
A little bit
This
longer,
time
my
it is
heart.
Kai posting a document with a caption.
Okay, it doesn't look like it is anything else. Let's change it. Wait, change it. Hope all the allegations against Turkey Tom are true. All the funny parts and all the bad parts are not true. The CC files just got crazy.
Like, seriously, answer this even if.
This fucking bitch.
What kinds of makeup do you wear? If you've got super recessive infraorbital bones, which is the bone right here, you're going to start to have eye bags. So if you can conceal that issue by using a little bit of concealer and have people perceive your infraorbital bones as being better, then why shouldn't you? No one's going to catch you if you learn how to apply things properly. So it just makes no sense. If there's something that can literally improve you so easily, so cheap, why would you not do it? I don't think about societal implications or something being gay. I'm just worried about results at all costs.
How did I get here? How did I fall down this rabbit hole? It actually all started after live streamer Clavicular hit someone with his car. Oh my fucking
Start driving with this guy in the car. Drive.
Oh my fuck. Oh my god!
Is he dead?
I don't know.
Hopefully.
That video and that whole situation went super viral, and everybody has been arguing over whether the zombie stalker dude deserved to get hit by the car. I was sucked in, and I was like, who even is this guy? And that is when I found out that Clavicular is one of the most popular looksmaxers on the internet. And of course, that also led me to ask, what is looksmaxing? And let me tell you, I almost regret asking the question because it gets so much more unhinged than I was ever expecting.
I hear women all day. No women. Been talking at me because Alex left sick early.
I am starting to think that this guy could be the guy.
I will
I'm not
grant your
there
wish
yet, but
of
after
no women.
today's speech and him taking all those questions, I'm feeling good.
Just a few things at the outset, just about what I've learned today and what I'm trying to do here. You know, first of all, I want to give a shout out.
Got to catch them all.
To the Annunciation school shooting families, because you know the last time I was in Minneapolis,
new school
I was forced
shooting.
to meet with some of those families, and I understand
Haven't seen this.
that a couple of the students have made near miraculous recoveries, and just that was a very special moment for me to be invited into that community at a time of grief, and I hope that all of them know. Though I didn't get to see them this particular time, I've been thinking about them and their families quite a bit. Now, to talk about what I am here to do, which is federal law enforcement to enforce our immigration laws, I want to say just a few things. First of all, I wanted to meet with business leaders, with ICE officers, with local law enforcement to try to understand a little bit better what's going on.
Really?
So that we can tone down the temperature a little bit, reduce the chaos, but still allow us, as a federal government, to enforce the American people's immigration laws. That is the purpose of my visit. Now, this is step one or step two of that process. There's going to be a lot of work that follows through from here. I'm happy to talk about that. But I think I learned a few things that were very important. So number one of the things I learned is that the guys behind me are doing an incredible job. And frankly, a lot of the media is lying about the job that they do every single day.
They sure do.
Now, it doesn't mean that there aren't occasionally stories out there, there aren't occasionally videos out there that suggest that these guys, or at least some of the people who work for them, are not doing everything right. But very often, if you look at the context of what's going on, you understand that these people are under an incredible amount of duress. an incredible amount of chaos, and because of a
Man,
few
it must feel
very
nice
far
to be an ICE officer, despite all the really shitty, really shitty things they have to go through, to at least have people who support them. So their higher ups, all the way up to the president, they're like, hey, we know your job sucks dick. You're going through some shit. It must be nice to have a working environment where you can at least go to your boss and be like, hey, like this is why I fucked up if I fucked up.
left
They're
agitators,
relatively
a lot of these guys are unable to do their jobs without being harassed, without being doxxed, and sometimes without being assaulted. That's totally unacceptable.
It's ridiculous.
And that's one of the things that I want to send a message to is, yes, come out and protest me, protest our immigration policy, but do it peacefully. If you assault a law enforcement officer, the Trump administration and the Department of Justice is going to prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law.
Excuse me.
And I wanted to show some support for these
Put 'em in
guys
the box.
who, frankly, are operating in a very, very tough environment. I heard a lot of stories today about that I think drives home just how chaotic the environment on the ground here has already gotten. For example,
people going ape
did
shit.
you know that
They're going
within
ape
the last, I think, week or so, maybe even more recently than that, you had a
Ape
couple
shit.
of ICE officers who were off duty, who had been doxxed online, who were sitting and having a meal at a restaurant in Minneapolis when a
What
bunch
the
of
fuck?
agitators showed up, locked the door, made them feel like they were in danger for their lives, and then, of course, it was federal law enforcement officers who had to come up, lower the temperature on the situation, and actually get those two off-duty officers to a point of safety. Now imagine, if you would, your life and your perspective on law enforcement if you can't even go to a restaurant without some agitators locking the door and making you feel like your life is in danger. That is the environment that has been created, I think, by a lot of very, frankly, far-left people,
Well, you
but
gotta
also
arrest
by
them,
some
bro.
of the state and local law enforcement officials
gotta go after
who could
'em.
do a much better job in cooperating and working. And by the
go
way,
get 'em.
I'm not talking about the cops who these guys told me on the ground. The cops are very sympathetic to what they're dealing with. I'm
Yeah.
talking about the state and local elected law
Go get
enforcement
'em.
officials who could do a lot better job in making their lives a little bit easier. And in the process, they would make the lives of all Minneapolis residents easier, and that's what we want. We want to be able to enforce the immigration laws on the one hand, while on the other hand, we want to make sure that people in Minneapolis are able to go about their day. And I want to say just one last point on this. So I heard from a business leader today who told me a very tough story. And I think so much of what's gone wrong in Minneapolis is people not trying to understand the perspective of somebody else. Try to understand what somebody else
Yeah, it
is
also helps they're
experiencing, whether
actually
they're a law
going after
enforcement
pedos
officer
and
or
stuff. That would keep me
anybody in the
going,
community
yeah,
here
for
in
sure.
Minneapolis.
He really
So,
does.
They told me a story
He makes a lot of sense.
about
He does.
this manufacturing facility
it's so
where
obvious.
an illegal immigrant was being arrested. And as these employees are going into the manufacturing facility, all of a sudden, an illegal immigrant shows up. They don't know it's an illegal immigrant. And then a bunch of ICE officers descend.
Yeah.
Now, these people just want to go to work. They want to go to work safely. And now, all of a sudden, there's a major law enforcement operation happening right outside their place of business. Now, from one perspective, I certainly understand why a business leader or why an employee would say, whoa, what's going on? It's a little
stressful.
scary,
Yeah.
no matter your position in life, if a bunch of cop cars show up and they're arresting someone.
Would have never happened if
Now,
they
the additional
cooperated.
context is
Would've
that
never
we
happened
know that
if the
people
state had
online
cooperated.
have been encouraging illegal immigrants that one way they can evade arrest is by showing up at a legitimate place of business, making it impossible for these
It's a
guys to
safe
actually
zone.
enforce our immigration laws. So while I can understand the perspective
It's a
of
safe
somebody
zone,
who
guys.
doesn't want to see an arrest happen at their place of work, I can also understand the perspective of our immigration enforcement officers who have to do their job and can't allow a heckler's veto over our immigration enforcement. And so much of what's gone wrong is the failure to do that. And here's the point. We can do a good job of enforcing our immigration laws without the chaos, but it actually requires the cooperation of state and local officials.
Yes.
If you look at blue cities and
Thank
blue
you.
states, red cities
Bro.
and red states, you go to Austin, Texas, or Memphis, Tennessee. You go to the state of Texas, obviously a very red state, or the state of Tennessee, a very red state, but you've got blue cities within those states, you do not have this level of chaos. The reason why things have gotten so out of hand is because of failure of cooperation between the state
Austin.
and local authorities and
Shout
what
out.
these guys are trying to do. We have a ton of resources, a ton of ICE agents in this city right now that I would rather us not have. I'd love to send those guys home. They're not even doing targeted immigration
somewhere else.
enforcement. they are trying to protect
themselves,
ICE officers who are doing immigration enforcement, because when a crowd surrounds them and these guys call 911, the local officials, the local cops have been told to stand down. So we have people here who aren't even doing immigration enforcement, they're doing force protection. So that if a rioter tries to ruin the life or assault an ICE officer, they're actually protected.
What the fuck is
doesn't it
going
make more
on?
sense for the local cops to get involved in that situation? Why not just have the mayor or the local officials tell the police officers, you know what, if an ICE officer is being assaulted by
Just
a far
arrest
left
the person
agitator,
doing it.
you are invited. You should actually help them. That's what would work out in
That's why
any
they're
normal
dropping out.
situation, and that's what happens
He's right.
in nearly every jurisdiction, red or blue, in the United States of America. The reason it hasn't happened here is because the local authorities have been told, stand down, do not help ICE, promote the violence, promote the agitation, but don't do anything to lower the temperature and lower the chaos. That's a problem. Here's another example of how the lack of cooperation between state and local officials makes it harder for us to do our job and turns up the temperature. Let's say, for example, we have a criminal migrant who is a sex offender. And let's say that we've got to go and arrest that person who, Democrat or Republican, wants a sex offender living in their community. I would assume, I would hope that most people don't. But because they're an illegal alien, we don't know their last address. We may have known their address 3 years ago, but we don't know their address now. What we'd like to do is talk to local officials and say, you know what, according to the Medicaid rolls, where was the last person or where was the last address this person was domiciled? Or according to a SNAP application, a food stamps application, maybe that could give us insight to where this person is today. Or maybe they had some local court trouble. We could go to the local courthouse or even the local jail and try to find where this criminal sex offender is
Just go
today.
get him.
The local authorities have been told, do not cooperate.
Why would
these
you do
guys
that?
are trying to go
It's
out
retarded.
and enforce the law. They're trying to arrest sex offenders, but they're trying to do it in an environment where local officials have been told,
That's
do
an
not help them,
insurrection.
do not provide intelligence about where these sex offenders might be. This is disgraceful.
It's crazy.
And there are a lot of things that all of us could do
Sedition,
better
I
to
know.
lower the temperature, but the number one thing that I learned today is that the best way to facilitate
I'm so glad he's
reasonable
mad about
enforcement
this.
of the law,
You're right.
but also
100%.
to lower the chaos in Minneapolis would be for state and local officials to cooperate. Now, I
Play
will
ball.
say, on one final positive note, I actually think that there's some hope, some reason to think that there's going to be better cooperation in the weeks and months to come. I think that because I've talked to some of the local officials here, I think there are reasons to believe that these people are going to step up and actually ask the cops to protect our ICE officers when they're being assaulted, who are going to ask the local courts to cooperate with getting criminal sex offenders out of our community.
Yeah, of course.
That's a good thing.
Smart.
That's the good news, and that's something I'm going to work on when I get back to Washington. But please, if
So
you're
based.
a local official,
So
if you're
based.
the mayor of this town, if you have any influence over those people, just tell them to cooperate.
Tell them to
Because
go,
we
go
can have
home.
immigration enforcement operate as smoothly
Just
and
stay on
without
the
the chaos
sidewalk.
that we see in Austin, Texas, or Memphis, Tennessee,
Is it bad in
or even
Austin?
rural
I don't even
parts of
know.
the state of Minnesota. All we need is a little cooperation. I guarantee we're going to do the best to be professional, to respect people's rights, to not do anything that
You
we
want
don't
military
have to
coming
do
in? They
order
should
to
have it.
enforce
They should.
immigration
They should
laws,
already done
but it
it.
would make our lives a lot easier. It would make our officers a lot safer, and it would make Minneapolis
That's
much
right.
less chaotic
That's
if we had
right.
a little bit of cooperation from the state and local officials. With that, I'll shut up and take some questions. Thank you, guys.
Jesus, bro.
A local school
God
district
damn.
ICE agents detaining a 5-year-old after preschool on Tuesday. We've also seen multiple American citizens detained by ICE.
He just went in there and let him know.
6 weeks. Are you proud?
He just won't let him know.
Is conducting this immigration crackdown here in Minnesota right now?
Well, I'm proud of the fact that we're standing behind law enforcement, and I'm proud of the fact that we're enforcing the country's laws. But, you know, you asked a question about this 5-year-old kid. I actually saw this terrible story while I was coming to Minneapolis. We just left Toledo, Ohio this morning for an economic message.
Oh, there's a kid
I see
involved.
this story.
Oh, no, I guess
and I'm
we
a
shouldn't
father
have laws.
of a 5-year-old, actually, a 5-year-old
Shut
little
up.
boy. And I think to myself, oh, my God, this is terrible.
Yeah.
How did we arrest a 5-year-old? Well, I do a little bit more follow-up research.
Here we go.
And what I find
Let 'em know.
is that the 5-year-old was not arrested, that his dad was an illegal alien.
And he ran
then
away.
when they went to arrest his illegal alien father,
He left
the
his kid
father
there.
ran.
Yep.
So
I
the
knew it.
story is that ICE detained a 5-year-old. Well, what are they supposed to do? Are they supposed to let a 5-year-old child freeze to death? Are they not supposed to arrest an illegal alien in the United States of America?
Duh.
If the argument is that you can't arrest people who have violated our laws because they have children, then every single parent is going to be completely given immunity from ever being the subject of law enforcement.
I've been saying this. I've been saying this shit.
That makes any sense. Now, you know, there are so many of these cases like that where if you just understand the context, there have been a number of situations that I've looked into personally where I say, wait a second. We don't want ICE arresting American citizens. They're supposed to be enforcing the immigration laws against illegal aliens. So then I look into it and I find out that the American citizen who was arrested took a swing at an ICE officer.
What?
You can't have that happen. And of course they have to defend themselves. And of course they have the right to detain somebody who assaults a law enforcement officer.
Tries to hit him.
Now, this is my point. Do we want these things to happen? Do we want these arrests to be so chaotic?
No, we already have the eyeshadow
These
vice
guys
president.
want it least of all. But if we had a little cooperation from local and from local and state officials, I think the chaos would go way down in this community.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Jesus. No teleprompter? Bro.
The administration seems to say...
Yeah, well, you can go next.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I thought you pointed it
No,
out.
that's fine. I'll take both.
After the Renee Good shooting, sir, the administration seems to... After the Renee Good shooting, the administration seemed to suggest that ICE officers enjoyed near complete immunity. But today you told the Washington Examiner that when appropriate, the administration might take disciplinary actions against ICE agents. So is that a change in opinion? And if so, why the change in tone?
No, I didn't say, and I don't think any other official within the Trump administration said.
Can we just put that guy in jail?
Wrongdoing would enjoy immunity. That's
why don't we
absurd.
just
What
put
I
him
did
in
say
jail?
Is that when federal law enforcement officers violate the law, that is typically something that federal officials
put him
would
in
look
jail.
into. We don't want these guys to have
I'm so
kangaroo
sick of these
courts.
people.
We want them to actually have real due process, real investigation, because again, sometimes they're
Yes, Asmon. It also helps they're actually going after pedos. Golden Apple? You can't talk sense into these people. Explaining it won't help. Yeah. At least the people on the ground, I think they're too far gone. I just would hope that, like, the reporters would ask more earnest questions and instead of, you know, this fucking, why did you arrest a 5-year-old? But then again, man, I don't know. Adults are not any more smart than fucking kids these days and can't talk no sense into them. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe if they had like a public database of like all the illegal immigrants that they've arrested and then all the people that they've arrested, and maybe they do have this, all the people, the U.S. citizens they've arrested, so that, you know, people could go look at it. But to be honest, you'd have to have like a YouTuber explain it to people because they're so fucking dumb. That would curb a lot of this misinformation about people getting arrested that aren't supposed to be getting arrested, despite the fact that it seems like they're still even going a little light-handed. Like, the fact that they're not making a ton of mistakes probably tells me they're being really careful, which is dope, but also probably means they're not doing enough. They're not doing enough, at least for someone like Asmongold.
accused of wrongdoing, and it turns out when you learn the context, they didn't actually do anything wrong.
Yeah.
But of course we're going to investigate these things. Of course we're investigating the Renee Good shooting, but we're investigating them in a way that respects people's rights and then ensures that if somebody did something wrong, yes, they're going to face disciplinary
No
action,
doubt.
but we're not going to judge them in the court of public opinion.
Exactly.
I've spoken at length on this particular case. I think that Renee Good's death is a tragedy. I also think that she rammed an ICE officer with her car. So the tragedy here is multi-layered. The tragedy is there was a misunderstanding. The tragedy is that Renee Good lost her life. The tragedy is that you have ICE officers who are going into communities where they're worried that if they call 911, no one's going to come to help them.
Right.
That is what produces this terrible situation, and it's something state and local officials here in Minnesota could solve.
Oh my!
Yes, sir.
Oh my fucking God!
Especially in regards to cooperation and family values. It's a shame the kids have to get caught up in all this. And
Well, you know, it is a shame that kids have to get caught up in this. I am speaking at March for Life tomorrow. I'm pro-life, and I'm very excited to speak there. I want to talk about local law enforcement, but, you know, I mean, look, I am...
He's cooking.
As a child, I saw people in my family get arrested. It's terrible. It's heartbreaking. It's chaotic. It's traumatic for the kids. I can recognize
really
that, and I can recognize that we got to support these kids. Well, on the other hand, saying that just because you're a parent doesn't mean that you get complete immunity from law enforcement. And I think we have to hold both of those thoughts in our head at the same time. We've got to be sympathetic to the kids who are caught up in some of these enforcement actions. We've also got to say we have to enforce the law without bias, with fairness, but we've got to enforce the law.
Of course. Mr. Vice President! Oh, whoever that is going to be so annoying. Yeah. That's a Karen.
You said there was an altercation in St. Cloud. Yeah.
The mayor said that ICE did not communicate with them they were in the city for immediate operation.
ICE didn't do something? Well, I don't know. Like, what is this? Like, you're talking to the manager?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
can I
it's
talk
one
to
of
the
the takeaways.
manager?
I talked with these guys before we came on the stage, but during our roundtable and some of the other conversations
I
we've
heard
had,
on this other
communication,
city.
We absolutely want to ensure there's good communication between federal officials and state and local officials, and I'm sure that we can do better on that. We absolutely want to make sure that we are communicating, but that also requires a two-way street, and that's the point that I make about state and local officials. These guys will absolutely communicate with state and local officials. They'll tell people if they...
We send the other keyboard back? Did we send it back? No, I think we kept it because it was like $10 or something like that. Why, you need it? You gotta spray paint it and bring it to work?
They have to do an enforcement operation in a particular municipality, but part of that is they also want to ensure that if they're communicating about their whereabouts, that's not being used as a weapon against them. Sometimes they tell people where they're going, and then they find out that their agents' faces are on the, on Reddit or on some social media thread saying, "Here's this guy. We know he's going to be at this place at this exact time." So that communication has got to be a two-way street. These guys are going to communicate with business leaders, with local officials, with state officials. But we also need the local officials and state officials to do a good job of protecting people when they're in their communities. We're not asking, by the way, we don't want any police officer in this community, in this state, to help us do immigration enforcement. We've got that. But if a protester shows up and that protester turns violent against our immigration officers, we really, really need the cooperation of our local partners. We haven't gotten it yet, but I think if we do, we really can lower the temperature. Yeah.
Vacation. Oh my God. Oh my.
Yeah, so
shut up,
I saw that story, and the story is like so much that I read in the mainstream media. It's missing a whole lot of context.
So
and
he
when you
knows
appreciate the
every
context,
single one of them.
It makes sense.
Oh yeah, he's on the internet.
Look, there are exceptions. For example, a crazy exception.
Yeah, hot pursuit.
If somebody is fired at from inside a house,
you have to go
they
inside
don't
the house.
need a warrant to go inside.
Yeah, exactly.
That
Hot
person's
pursuit.
house. There are very narrow exceptions to the warrant requirement
He's
where law
prepared,
enforcement officers don't need a warrant if, for example, they're an imminent threat to their lives.
That's
But
right.
What we've said and what ICE has proposed, what the Department of Homeland Security really has proposed in the Department of Justice, is that we can get administrative warrants to enforce administrative immigration law.
Yeah, of course.
Now, it's possible, I guess, that the courts will say no, and of course, if the courts say no, we would follow that law. But nobody is talking about doing immigration enforcement without a warrant. We're talking about different types of warrants that exist in our system. Typically, what happens, not always, but typically in the immigration system, those are handled by administrative law judges. So we're talking about getting warrants from those administrative law judges. And then, of course, with other cases, you get judges or you get warrants from a judge. That's very consistent with the practice of American law. I'm sure the courts will weigh in on that, but we're never going to enter somebody's house without some kind of a warrant.
It wasn't a cool color already. Oh, was it a cool color? I remember it didn't have the clicky clacky, but I think maybe it was a good color. I'll look for you. Yeah. You tired of touching other people's weird finger juices?
Unless, of course, somebody's firing on an officer or they have to do something in order to protect themselves. Go ahead.
Man. God damn.
Well, our understanding is that
God
you can
damn.
enforce the immigration laws of the country under an administrative order if you have an administrative warrant. That's what we think. That's our understanding of the law.
This
That's
is
our
nuts.
best faith attempt to understand the law.
I'm
Again,
loving
this is
this.
something courts will weigh in on. I won't speak to that. But yes, most immigration law in our country is not done through the criminal system with the judge. It's done through the administrative law system. We're going to continue that practice just as they did in the Biden administration or any other administration.
Ooh, Insurrection Act. Okay, this is a good question.
I did not talk to him today. I talked to some of his colleagues. Your question on the Insurrection Act is interesting. I've tried to understand this as well as I possibly could. And my understanding is what the Insurrection Act, what invoking the Insurrection Act would allow the federal government to
Use
do
the military, right?
is that it would allow the federal government to use the military for local law enforcement operations. Right now, we don't think that we need that. Now, the president could change his mind. Of course, things could get worse. But right now, we think that federal law enforcement officers can do the job of federal law enforcement. Now, what I do worry about, again, is that the chaos gets
getting
worse.
Yeah.
If more and more ICE agents start getting assaulted, if other law
I
enforcement
think that's what's
officers
gonna
start
happen.
getting assaulted, that would be a real problem. But again, we have so much federal law enforcement resources here right now. We have so many people here that we do not want to have here. I do not want so many ICE officers
And
in
the military.
Minneapolis right now. I mean, good Lord, it's really, really freaking cold outside. But they're here not even to enforce immigration laws, but to protect the people from the rioters. That's an absurd state of affairs, and we wouldn't need it if we had a little bit more cooperation from the Minneapolis Police Department. Again, the Minneapolis Police Department, my understanding is that the actual beat cops on the ground, they would love to help out, but they're being told by somebody. I don't know if it's Mayor Frey. They're being told by somebody not to cooperate at all. What kind of a person tells their local police don't protect somebody if they're being assaulted by a rioter? It's crazy, and it's got to stop.
Exactly.
Earlier this week, local
He's completely right.
federal agents.
It's not even a question.
Why are there so many U.S. citizens being caught up in these operations?
Why are there so many U.S. citizens?
Well, I think
'Cause
your
they're catching
question
themselves
assumes
up.
something that's not necessarily in evidence, which is that when there are American citizens who have been caught up in some of these enforcement operations, very often it is people who have assaulted a law enforcement officer. They're not being arrested because they violated the immigration laws.
No.
They're being arrested because they punched a federal law enforcement officer. That is a totally
That'll do
reasonable
it.
thing. Now, to the accusation
That'll
of racial
do it.
profiling, look, it's something that we take very seriously. We will take accusations of racial profiling back to Washington. We'll certainly look into them as they come up. But this is not a group that's going around and looking for people who violated the law based on skin color.
Biblically
They're
accurate,
looking for
J.D.
people
Vance.
who violated
Isn't
the
this crazy?
actual law, the law of our immigration
Oh my
system in
God.
this country. And so long as we had more cooperation, I think they could do these things in a much more targeted way. They would actually know where some of the bad guys are. I mean, again, you hear things that are hard to believe, but I've confirmed that they are true.
Also, this one's ugly and boring. Okay, we spiced it up.
Streets who the local officials won't tell us their last known address. So then the local officials say, "Oh my God, these guys are doing widespread targeted enforcement operations," when in reality,
They're trying
we
to
would
find a
love to
sex
just go to
offender.
one house. The local officials won't tell us which one house to go to.
This messaging is insane.
Mr. President, to that question, the local police chiefs have said their own off-duty officers, so police officers, are being targeted because they are a person of color and asked to show their papers. Is that a concern? of the
Police officers are being targeted and told to show their papers.
Officers are being targeted, and they describe it as, quote, civil rights violations.
What the fuck
So
are
I
you
saw
talking
one
about?
story about this and one local police officer who said this. And look, certainly is it a concern? Absolutely. The first thing we have to figure out is whether it happened or not.
Yeah.
And then if it happened, whether there is a good explanation or a bad explanation. And of course, if somebody violated the law, if somebody racially profiled, if somebody violated the rights of one of our fellow citizens, that is something we will take very seriously. What I also would say is that many of the most viral stories of the past couple of
It's
weeks
bullshit.
have turned out to be, at best, partially true.
But
so
mostly
we want to
bullshit.
try people based on reality, based on the truth, based on context. We're not going to prejudge people just because of viral social media story that turned out to be half false.
Mr. Vice President.
Wow.
About the roundtable you just had, I presume that happened. Did you invite anybody with an opposing point of view to get an idea of why people are upset here. And just as a quick follow-up.
An opposing point of view? For what?
So I haven't talked to Governor Walz on this particular trip. A number of members of our
You mean the
administration,
bald
I believe our
retard?
chief of staff, spoke to the governor and has been in constant contact with his staff
Speaking on your
over the
president,
past
he
week.
is.
We've been
This is amazing.
in my office in constant contact with
I'm
people
loving
here on the
this.
ground in Minneapolis. There were certainly people at our roundtable with opposing views, and like I don't even know, whether it's public, but yes, we met with people with opposing views here at the roundtable. I wanted to get a perspective from everybody, but also, of course, offer my opinion that with a little bit more cooperation, we can lower the chaos.
Yeah,
we're going to
it'll
keep
go
on
away.
doing that. If Governor Walz wants to call me, we'll absolutely continue talking. I will say that my sense of this situation, having talked to these guys for a long time, is this is primarily a law enforcement issue. This is the Attorney General. This is the local mayor. This is all of the organs of local and state law enforcement. That's who we focus on, but we've certainly been in communication with the governor and his office as well.
Vice President.
Yeah.
Jesus, bro. Yeah, he's just 1VXing them. This is great. I'm loving
What's
this.
the plan if nothing changes there here locally and this operation has attracted thousands of agents? Are there any plans to go to any other cities from here?
Well, right now we're focused on Minneapolis because that's where we have the highest concentration of people who have violated our immigration laws, and that's also, frankly, where we see the most assault of our law enforcement officers. I mean, our plan is very simple. If you assault a federal law enforcement officer, we're going to do everything that we can to put you in prison. It's very simple. And most of these protesters, as much as I may disagree with their politics, most of them have been peaceful, but a lot of them have not been peaceful. And if
That's
you
right.
go and storm a church,
That's right.
if you go and insult a federal law enforcement
You
officer,
can't do that.
we're going to try very hard. We're going to use every resource of the federal government to put you in prison.
Get
Respect
your
people's
ass.
rights. Respect
Get
people's
their
rights
ass.
to worship. Respect people's rights to do their job without being assaulted. If you follow that basic principle, the Trump administration is going to do everything that we can to protect your rights.
reasonable
But if you go
discussion. I
after
know.
somebody,
Can
if
you
you
imagine
assault
that?
somebody,
Wow.
if you make a 9-year-old girl cry because you walked into her church and harassed her, we're going to go after you with every single tool that we have.
Vice President.
Yeah.
Maggie Vesco with NBC News, sir. Your administration has said repeatedly this is about safety, about making Americans feel safer. So what do you say to people who are in Minnesota who say it's the overwhelming presence of ICE officers and federal officers and their tactics that are making them feel less safe?
Well, one
it's
thing
the
I would
ICE
say
that's
is, first
making
of all,
them
we
unsafe,
saw
not
in
the sex
2025
offenders.
the biggest one-year drop in murders in the history of the United States of America.
That's a lot.
Significant reductions in violent crime. The reason why we have less violent crime is really two reasons. Number one,
Don Lemon,
because we're enforcing the immigration laws and getting very violent criminals out of our country. And number two, because we're enforcing our criminal laws and putting guys who assault and murder behind bars. This is part of a broad effort to make us safe. And the chaos that people are seeing, and I understand there is frustration of the chaos, I'd say that we're doing everything that we can to lower the temperature, and we would like federal and local, or excuse me, state and local officials to meet us halfway. So
Perceiving it correctly. Are you saying that they're not seeing that it's the tactics or the presence of the officers that are...
Look, I'm sure that people are seeing a lot of things that would make any member of our national community feel very upset, but I also think that if you understand this in context, this is the inevitable consequence of a state and local government that have decided that they're not going to cooperate
They're gonna
with
work in
immigration
opposition to the
enforcement at
federal
all.
government.
In fact,
Exactly.
they're going to aggressively not cooperate. So
True.
here's
True.
a basic illustration of this. If you are an ICE officer and you have to
think
arrest
she's
a
fat?
person who's committed assault and is also an illegal alien, but the state and local officials won't help you identify that person, many of the things that people in Minneapolis are seeing that give them pause, that frustrate them, that worry them, that make them feel like things are too chaotic, many of these things are coming from the fact that there's no cooperation with state and local law enforcement.
If they
And I guess what
cooperated,
I
none of
would
this
tell
would even
people, again, many of whom are justifiably concerned and worried about what they're seeing in their communities is, why are we not seeing it anywhere else? We're seeing this level of chaos only in Minneapolis. LA and Chicago, we had some problems there. Pretty much every jurisdiction where these guys are operating, you don't see the same level of chaos. You don't see the same level of violence. You don't see the problems that we're seeing in Minneapolis. Maybe the problem is unique to Minneapolis, and we believe that it is. And it's the lack of cooperation between state and local law enforcement and federal law enforcement. Sir.
Omar Mehmet, CNN. ICE has been operating here for years with less pushback than we're seeing right now. And even the St. Paul police chief recently said, is there not a way to find common ground without scaring the hell out of people in the community? Those were his words. And I just wonder, with this operation...
Scaring the hell out of people.
Is any
You mean mentally ill, hysterical Karens?
Leaders here in Minneapolis and the state of Minnesota. And I know you talked about you've been in touch with the governor's offices and the mayor's offices, but why have you not been able to speak to them directly? Have they not been willing?
They don't want to listen.
Well, look, I have spoken to some of the people in Minnesota directly. I spoke to some of them today. I've spoke to others in the past. And again, our staff has been in very direct contact with pretty much every official with any influence or any power in Minneapolis. But no, we're not trying to send a political message. We're trying to enforce the law. And unfortunately, what has happened is that as we've enforced the law, there's been this weird reaction, again, unique to this city. This is not a common thing across the United States of America. There's been a very unique, very Minneapolis-specific reaction to our enforcement of federal immigration laws. What I'm trying to do here today is understand why that is. What is it about Minneapolis that has become so chaotic? What are the specific types of cooperation that we need? Look, I don't need Tim Walz or Jacob Frey or anybody else to come out and say that they agree with J.D. Vance or Donald Trump on immigration. I just don't need that.
Just stop
What
fighting.
I do need them to do is
Stop fighting
empower their local officials to help our local or help our federal officials out in a way where this can be a little bit less chaotic and it can be a little bit more targeted. Like if we're trying to find a sex offender, tell us where the guy lives. Simple things like that, simple changes in how they're approaching immigration enforcement would make this work a lot better. It would make Minneapolis' streets a lot safer, and it would make this whole thing a lot less traumatic for this community. I'll take one more question.
Mr. Vice President.
Wow.
You said that it's time to turn down the temperature. Does that include changes to both ICE and CBP?
Oh, stop enforcing the law.
Less than lethal tactics, pepper spray, pepper balls. Beyond that, what is the federal government's role in turning down the temperature? And the Minnesota Department of Corrections says that its own officers have been cooperating with ICE all along, handing over criminals once they serve their sentences to ICE officials. And you can see that there is some cooperation with the state.
Yeah, look, if I was going to list the 5 agencies locally and statewide that I'm most worried about, I wouldn't put the Department of Corrections on that list. I think that while there are certain things we'd like to see more from them, they've hardly been the worst offenders. You agree with that, guys? That's a fair assessment.
Jesus.
But I think you talked about tactics.
Karen
you talked about the
logic?
response to things. Look,
It's not
we
even a
don't want
question,
to
it's an
employ
argument.
Tactics that we don't employ the kind of tactics that are only necessary when violence is committed against officers. That is these guys' directive, and that's what we're going to try to do.
Why would anybody want to do
again,
that?
The president said this a couple of days ago. Whenever you have a law enforcement operation, even if 99.99% of the guys do everything perfectly, you're going to have people that make mistakes. That is the nature of law enforcement. What I do think that we can do is working with state and local officials, we can make the worst moments of chaos much less common. And all they've got to do is meet us halfway. These guys want to communicate with them. They want to talk to the local business leaders. Many of these guys, many of the people standing behind me are members of the Minneapolis community. Many of the officials that I met today who work in federal immigration enforcement, this is their home. They love this place. These are their neighbors. They want this to work a lot more smoothly. I think that we can get there. We just got to work at it a little bit, and we need some cooperation from state and local officials. Last thing that I'll say is I just hope they give it. This is a beautiful city.
It was.
I've only been here a few times. I love it. Even in this weather, I love Minneapolis. We could do a lot better. We could do a lot more with more cooperation. The Trump administration, the directive that I got from the President of the United States is meet these guys halfway. Work with them so that we can make these immigration enforcement operations successful without endangering our ICE officers, and so that we can turn down the chaos a little bit, at least. I think a lot, actually. But for us to do that, we need some help from the state and local officials. We will keep on working with them, and so long as they're willing to work with us, they will always find a partner in public safety and law enforcement in the Trump administration. Thank you all.
Wow. Somebody's clapping. Oh my God. Bro. Jesus Christ, he cooked them. Wow. Holy shit. One guy. Dude. I don't even know what to say. I really don't. I mean, like, he just went up there and let him know. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Yeah, like I honestly, like he went up there and said everything that I think. He did. He went up there. He said everything that I think. I was like, you know what? Like that's what I would say. That, well, at least that's not what I would say. That's what I would want to be able to say, right? And like he went up there and he just said that. Yeah, communication warlord, man. That's insane. Oh my fucking god. He probably watches the stream. There's a chance that I might, there's maybe a possibility that, maybe something could happen. I don't want to make any promises or anything like that.
You can have JD Vance on.
There is definitely a possibility that something could maybe happen. I just don't know. Me going somewhere particularly.
Oh, him going somewhere.
Yeah, I'm not sure, right? It depends. I haven't really looked into everything, but yeah. And so I don't want to. I'm not trying to make any promises or make any commitments or say anything else. I'm just saying in general that's what it is. And yeah, we don't know. We don't know. But anyway, I am so fucking happy to see this. I'm gonna be honest. Like he went out there and he just said everything that I think. He did. He literally just went out there and laid it on the exact way that I look at it. That's the case. No, I'm just telling you that's what. The reason why a lot of people are trying to talk to me is because what I'm saying is true, and I think that it resonates with a lot of people. And so, really, I think that's the reason why. And I'm just glad that they're finally, they're on the ball with this, right? I mean, this is a big dick day. It is. This is amazing. Is this the reason why you're showering for a month? No, not that exactly. UFC White House next to Trump and Dana. I will say this. I know people who have a situation that could potentially, basically, I think that there's a good chance that if I wanted to go to that, I could go to that. Because I know people that are involved, right? And so I'm not saying that it's going to happen. But if I could do that, that would be fucking insane. And so, yes, the Department of Gaming. That's right, guys.
Department
Caleb,
of Gaming.
I haven't talked to Caleb, actually. I probably should. I like the guy a lot. So, that's it. And 2026 is your year? I mean, maybe, right? I mean, every year, things seem to get better. Honestly, I kind of wish they'd get worse so I could just relax a little bit, man. I'm going to be honest. Like, shit's been going on. It's been getting so real recently that I've been getting stressed out. I'm like, damn, like, we got all this pressure, everything happening here. You honestly should go. Like, maybe I should. I mean, like, and I've also had a lot of people, Democratic people, actually reach out to me, too, if you want me to be honest. I've had a lot of them, people in positions that are specific. And, yeah, I appreciate it. I think that, again, like, I try to talk to people and do whatever the fuck. And so when is it? I mean, I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Last question. Arctic frost. It is getting bigger, and I talked to sources this morning. It's about to explode. And things that we thought were long lost and gone, I want to be a little cryptic, are not lost.
That's right.
And they're not gone.
That's right. Yeah, I want to be a little cryptic, too, because I know that we're sort of, it's still in the early stages of this investigation. But look, Sean, I think it's one of the great scandals in American history. I think this is definitionally the Biden administration, the deep state, using the apparatus of justice to go after their political opponents.
Yeah, that's why you got to do the same thing to them. Do it so much to them that they can't do it again. You got to go. The thing is, like, you can never say that you don't want to use a weapon. You want to control the weapon. You want to make sure that you have absolute control over the weapon. You want to use the weapon on anybody else that even talks about using the weapon.
If that
so
happens,
they don't even think about it.
Peak life if that happens, all right? Peak life.
That's what
Social media czar? Social media czar, and he just goes out there spitting on the mic.
Eye for as far as you can get. Because, again, fairness is predictable. Unpredictability is scary. You can expect that the world's going to end at a certain period of time, and people will eventually get used to that. But the idea that something crazy could happen out of nowhere, that's scary. So if you really want to scare the fuck out of people and you want to make them afraid and you want to make them do what you want, you can't be fair. Fairness is predictable. Fairness you can calculate. Fairness you can control. But unfairness, you can't control that. So if you want to control other people, you have to be unfair. Look at every single other person in power ever, in all of history. and you will see the same exact thing. It's human psychology. Actually evil? No. You do this so you don't have to deal with the evil. This is how you have to stop that. Sometimes you have to take methods and do strategies that are, like, let's say, not the best. This isn't something that a fucking, that a Boy Scout would do. It's not something that Mother Teresa would do. It's not something that, a kindergarten teacher would do. But it's something that a real one would do.
A real.
Do you want to have a kindergarten teacher that's making decisions for you, or do you want to have a real one making decisions for you? Think about that.
And I also think it raises a very critical issue, and something that I'd encourage my Senate friends on the Republican side to wake up about, because eventually you're going to see prosecutions, not just Arkansas related, but on a whole host of other issues. Eventually, we need certain subpoenas that have to be issued by a court. Eventually, you need local prosecutors, U.S. attorneys, to go after some of these people in a court of law.
True.
If you can't get a U.S. attorney appointed because the Democrat won't give you a blue slip, or you can't get a judge confirmed because the Democrats are gumming up the work of the Senate.
Just ram it through, never play a game.
Republicans have got to open up their perspective a little bit. And again, I say that some of these people are very dear friends of mine, but why do we allow the blue slip process?
Why even play the game? Why do you even play the fucking game? Do not even play the game. They rigged the game so they win.
To prevent the
Teresa was evil? I know, yeah, she would make people suffer so they feel closer to God. Yeah, I was thinking about that. I said, maybe that's not a good example. But I thought to myself, that people don't know about that. It's fine. It'll go through. But you did know about that. You're right. Sorry, though. I grew up in the 90s as a Catholic. I can't hate on Mother Teresa. It's illegal.
True. It's illegal.
President from appointing a U.S. attorney. Why do we let the blue slip process make it impossible for Donald Trump to appoint a federal judge in California? If you want justice, you've got to empower the President of the United States to actually appoint the officers of justice all over the country. The Democrats are stalling that, and we're going to wake up
because they don't want you to be able to do that because they know that fucks up their system.
In a couple of years,
it's all about
if we don't have more U.S. attorneys approved, if we don't have more judges approved, we're going to wake up in a couple of years and realize that we've done a lot of great work at the Trump administration, but justice is not being meted out as it should be because we don't have the people on the ground. That is a big problem, and I know that that's somewhat unrelated to Arctic frost, but it actually is related to Arctic frost because you cannot get the justice for the people who are targeted by the Biden administration unless we've got good people, especially in these U.S. attorneys' offices, and that's something, Sean, we got to pay attention to over the next year.
It's sad because the statute of limitations. I make the argument all the time that from the
just find a way around it.
When he and Melania came down that escalator, they've been out to destroy him and using the very
100%.
heavy arm, deep powers, deep state. To do it and
spying on him, prosecuting him, investing.
You remember back whenever the Republicans totally shit on Obama and they didn't let him confirm a Supreme Court justice in like 2009? Remember that in 2008? Like that's the kind of big dick behavior you need, and they did that. And you know what happened? It worked. It worked. At the end of the day, it worked. Was Merrick Garland? Yeah, that was him.
Senators, congressmen who are just aligned with the President of the United States. You're right. Some of this stuff is going to get covered by statute of limitations. Some of this stuff, Sean, we can and we should prosecute.
You gotta go
and I'm just telling you, this is going to be a real problem. And the people who watch your show are going to get really pissed at Senate Republicans, excuse my language, if we don't have the U.S. attorneys on the ground to actually achieve justice. People are going to get angry, and rightfully so.
Oh my God, honestly, I'm waiting on this. I really am. I've been waiting on this for a while, right? But yeah, this is it. And words won't stop anything. Exactly. That's what I really want to get in. That's what I really want to see. And I'm happy to see this a lot.
It's been a little while since my last video covering Pokemon card related crime, and that's not because things have started to slow down. It's not looking any better. In fact, I'd argue it continues to get worse. And I just thought, you know what, let's take a peek, see what's going on here, and I'll show you two of the most recent break-ins where thieves made off with hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Pokemon cards, including one of them an armed robbery where one of these fucking degenerate fungus worms actually brought a gun into the Pokemon establishment and then started breaking the cases while pointing the gun at employees and people that were just in the area.
You see it right here, caught on camera, a person smashing through an Everett gaming store, stealing thousands of dollars worth of Pokemon cards and other collectibles.
So this one was a classic smash and grab where this gentle sir busted through a window and then went to the Pokemon card display.
This Twitch streamer solution is disgusting.
Whoa. Yeah, I just learned about the whole Lucari thing. Jinkies. So for like about a year or so, I was very offline. I set out to leave these four walls of the old loony bin more often to go breathe in the fresh air and really appreciate the Lord's land out there in the real world. So I was missing a lot of like the happenings in the internet space and all the drama for the most part. But over the last month or so, I've fallen off the wagon. I put the needle back in my arm to a certain degree because I wanted to see all the craziness going on in the world to stay up to date with everything that was happening. And as such, I've been much more online now and seeing a lot more of these kind of things. And today was a doozy with everything that just happened with a streamer named Lucari. Lucari is a streamer I've been loosely familiar with for a while, and I know he had built up a reputation for being like a turbo maximum overdrive gooner, like a self-proclaimed hentai connoisseur, basically setting the goon dial to freaky mode. And today on stream, he accidentally leaked his notepad that was filled with despicable and disgusting shit.
K-feeds! Let me at least add way to the list of champions that I like. Fuck?
The links are censored there, but apparently a lot of people have taken the plunge into looking up a lot of what was revealed here through the Lucari leaks, and what they have found is beyond heinous. Like, this is some evil shit we're talking about here. Things like family nudism, apparently. Like, that's some real pedophile shit right there. Also, like, teens and animals. In that notepad there, you might have saw one of the tabs that said JBT. It was like 500 JBT. Apparently that stands for jailbait teens. Like, it's bad. Like, really, really bad. And after this happened, his stream was calling him out on it, and most people expected him to, in the stream, to like hide the evidence, nuke it, basically banish it to the Shadow Realm and hope that people didn't have enough time to dig into it. Lucari, on the other hand, cooked up a different kind of scheme. He streamed for multiple hours after this happened, and just fucking face-tanked everybody that was digging into it, and all the people that were rightfully calling him out for how deplorable the shit they found in there was. So he kept streaming through this, and people were obviously researching what the fuck had just been revealed through this notepad and everything on there. And then he was trying to defend himself by saying like, oh, this was sent to me, or oh, it was actually a virus, or this and that. And then the stream, they weren't really buying that load of barnacles, so then they asked him to do something like show his notepad recents, to show what else had been on his notepad recently. And apparently he took quite a long time not doing that when requested by his chat. According to members that were asking this of him, he was looking at like his other monitor, potentially doing something there, and then eventually he showed his notepad. And the keen observers might notice a little something in front of their peepers that's a bit fishy.
Fap for Fun? Fap for Fun is a hentai site. You also visit Fap for Fun? Yeah, I download a lot of that shit. Couples? Okay. That's literally, is that not the, that's the file with the sus shit in it. Like, it says one thing, but it has a bunch of sus shit in it. So I don't understand. Like,
when he showed the recents on Notepad, there are 3 new text documents. And it doesn't take a super sleuth. You don't need Inspector Gadget to come in with some high-level tools in order to crack this case. The most likely reason is because when he looked at his recents in Notepad, there were probably some really awful things there that he knew people would pick up on. So then he opened some new text documents in Notepad to push those down out of the recents so people couldn't see them. That's the theory. That's just the game theory, but I imagine that's probably pretty accurate. Anyway though, his big claim from what I can tell with all the surviving clips here is that this is the result of a virus that uploaded this to his computer, and he had already removed it, but unfortunately that damn Windows 11, that dastardly bastard that is Windows 11, for some reason kept it around, which is really weird and odd.
How does it end up there? Okay, let me explain what happened. Alright? I was surfing a site. Okay? The shit got downloaded. Like, I didn't trigger a fucking download. It just got downloaded. I opened up the fucking text document. I saw what was in it. I deleted the text document. I deleted it. But the problem with Windows 11 is that even if you delete the text document, it apparently still stays there. So it was still there after I deleted it. I've told you guys 1,000 times that's what happened. Like, dude, I'm sorry. Like, I have like a fucking 3 terabytes of fucking hentai on my fucking hard drive, bro. Like a lot. Sometimes you go to a site, some shit downloads on your shit, you don't fucking want it, you fucking delete it, and that's just what happened, man. Okay? Like, that's what happened. I'm sorry, alright? Like, I don't know how many times I have to explain this, but that's what happened. Dude, let's just move the fuck on, please.
A very interesting, innovative defense strategy that could make a lawyer throw himself down a set of stairs. So he's saying that he's got 3 terabytes of hentai, which, just take a moment and process that, really let that marinate. That is an absurd amount of anything to have. This guy is basically compiling the fucking Library of Alexandria for hentai on his devices. That's fucking crazy. But he's saying that, you know, like Thanos, it was inevitable that this kind of content would somehow end up on his computer when downloading all this hentai. It happens, you know? Just, it is what it is. And then when he deleted it, Windows 11 went rogue. The ghost in the machine. It wouldn't let the notepad die. Like a necromancer, it revived it. And once again, brought it back to life on Lakari's device. Even though he himself deleted it, he tried to take it down. Windows 11 said no. That's the claim, that when he was downloading all the hentai, he noticed that this got downloaded too, so he deleted it, but Windows 11 has a feature that kept it around even after he deleted it, and he didn't plan on having this stuff in the first place. I'm going to tell you, it doesn't really pass the smell test. It is very hard to believe. Now, what is true about Windows 11, and Notepad in particular, is if you are working in Notepad and you don't save your work, like if you exit out of it or your computer crashes and you don't save it, Windows 11 can restore it. It will actually restore that even if you didn't explicitly save it. So let me show you what that looks like. I'll open Notepad, brand new, the quick, wow, brown fox jumped over the lazy log. I have clearly not saved, I have not done anything here, I have just typed into this and you can see that the title matches the text in the document. Now if I was to close out of it, I haven't saved or anything like that, but if I open Notepad again, it's still there. Even though this is not a document or anything that I have saved, because it will save sessions. In Lakari's case, the text didn't match the title, which means he most likely had a separate title for those sections, and also he said that he deleted it. If I was to like delete this, if I told this don't save, delete it, Notepad would not restore it. At least I don't think there's any way for it to, but maybe Lakari's working with a prototype notepad that refuses to let anything die. It saves all work no matter what you tell it to do. I find it unlikely, but I guess it's possible, potentially. Actually, here, let's play with that idea again real quick. Let's say Lakari went, I'll just go the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy log again. I haven't saved it or anything, but let's just go ahead and pretend that I came here and I said don't save. But once again, to show the whole process, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to close out of this. I'm going to reopen it, and it's still there, because it does save sessions like that. But if I came over here and I explicitly said don't save, and now I exit out of this, it will no longer open that. So I find his claim very hard to believe.
43K? And that's if they think it's like... Oh my fucking god. Bro, it's not worth it. Just fucking delete my hard drive.
This is him on stream now looking at the legality of Lolly in his state, Texas. He doesn't fully understand what he's looking at, but he can recognize that it's not good, and then he eventually says that he's just going to delete his hard drive. It's not worth it. Now, call me crazy, maybe I'm on the crack pipe, but that just doesn't exactly sound like a statement from an innocent man. Like, if you've done nothing wrong and there's nothing suspicious, illegal, or like pedophilic or anything like that, why would you then be saying that you're going to delete your hard drive? It's not worth it. That's very fishy, I'll tell you. And again, from that leak, from that notepad, the things that have been allegedly turned up from all of it are fucking unforgivable. Like, really disgusting, terrible shit. And him then saying, like, you know, just delete the hard drive, it's not worth it. Again, that doesn't really seem like behavior from someone that has nothing to hide.
I'm joking about it! What the fuck, dude? What are you just writing your own narrative? You're just writing your own narrative, man! What the fuck else do you want me to do? What do you want to do? I'm so sorry! I didn't do anything! I didn't fucking do anything! That's why I'm not fucking crying and sobbing, bitch! I didn't fucking do anything, dumbass! You just want me to be guilty so fucking bad! Shut the fuck up, retard! Jesus fucking Christ, I'm so sick of this! You want me to be guilty so fucking...
Yeah, like I said, he continued streaming for hours, so obviously people were talking about it for a long time. He snaps eventually and kind of goes ballistic about it, saying like he didn't do anything. Again, I find that kind of hard to believe given everything that happened on stream, at least from the surviving clips that are out there from it. It does not look good. This looks fucking awful. And Lakari got a ban on Twitch for all of this. Apparently he even got banned on Kick. I don't know if he like actively streams on Kick or if that was like a preemptive thing from Kick because they thought he'd go over there after he got banned on Twitch. I don't know, but if you try and go to Lakari's Twitch account, it has been removed as of right now in light of everything that happened during this stream. Again, I find it unlikely that this unfolded the way Lakari is claiming that it did, but I guess we'll see. I'm assuming there will probably be, you know, an actual kind of investigation here, judging by what was allegedly found in some of that leaked from Lakari. Anyway, I had to yap about this a bit. Fucking crazy, man. That's really about it. See ya.
Iranian state TV airs a death threat to President Trump, saying this time the bullet won't miss. They've got it up on a sheet of paper like this. It's just embarrassing.
If anybody is taunting President Trump, it is the supreme leader who took to X and posted
Chatter,
this,
thank you.
saying for days now, calling President Trump a tyrant who will be overthrown. Why? If you're saying
he's a tyrant,
the Israeli
who's going to get overthrown
inside your country,
who's
are
even
doing
saying this?
Why would the supreme leader himself take to X and taunt the President of the United States.
What an idiot.
We were in the middle of a war started against us, and the rhetorics are quite normal in any war. We have many kind of threats by President Trump, by other American officials, by Europeans.
It's time.
Iranian, things. We consider these 3 days, 8th January to 10th.
This is as good as it's going to get.
Faced with a vast terrorism operation
Cutie.
as the continuation of 12-day war that's were imposed on us by Israelis and Americans. So the 13th day of war was 8th January. That was the continuation of the war. So we were in the middle of the war, and now after
the 13-day war
of terrorist operation, now there is a calm. We are in full control.
Cutie.
You're in full control.
Oh my God! Last minute bullshit. I have to leave in a minute. Yeah. Scoot that booty. Scoot that booty. I gotta go do dog stuff. So while you're driving home, I'm gonna start putting dooders out. I'm gonna heat up food so that you can just munch down and then try to eat as early as possible.
I can't make any promises though. Today we're going to be talking about IShowSpeed in North Africa. As soon as he went to North Africa, the vibe switched. The racism, the experience wasn't the same. Now, there are a lot of, especially Americans, who are shocked by this.
It's 2026 and IShowSpeed has me beefing with entire countries. Ever since Speed went to Egypt and then Algeria and then Morocco, I'm running out of room for North Africa on my dick. Algeria treated Speed like a worse than second-class citizen. And he's the celebrity here. But forget being a celebrity, he's a human being. And for the countless paragraphs being sent to me, hi, I'm Coach Zay, and I am not reading all that. Double it and give it to the next guy. I'm not arguing with entire countries about things they already know about themselves. I know this because people from other countries have told me they already know this. They don't go to those places. So while I am covering Speed in all of these different countries, if you're waiting on me to make positive videos about places that don't like me because I look like me, that's some strong hashish. Speed, I congratulate you for everything you're doing right now, including exposing that a bunch of North Africans do not like my people. Oh, and grown man, by the way. Don't believe me? Watch this. I'm not a second-class citizen anywhere, and neither are my people.
And I'm not surprised because I've had to educate people in my own circle, in my own life, about the relationship between black people and Arabs. For some reason, we've allowed this relationship dynamic to kind of just go under the rug for years and years. Actually, it's not for some reason. I know the reason. The reason is we live amongst white people. Our history is directly linked to white people. When we think about race relations and tension when it comes to race, it's black versus white. But there's a huge history outside of that, right? And then within this world that we live in the West, we have POC. I mean, imagine that. POC. It's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life, right? We have POCs, and the idea that all of us, because we have melanin, we're like together. So why do Arabs hate us? Why do these people in North Africa hate us? I'm gonna give you guys a history lesson today. I always say, on the largest of scales, there are no such thing as a coincidence. The reason why there is so much anti-blackness in the world, there's always reasons tied to it. The Trans-Saharan slave trade, also known as the Arab-Muslim slave trade, lasted 1,300 years. It's the longest slave trade documented.
You think it's Schedule 1? I like this.
The Arab-Muslim slave trade, also known as the Trans-Saharan trade or Eastern slave trade, lasted longer than the transatlantic slave trade. It operated for more than 1,300 years, taking millions of Africans away from the continent to work in foreign lands under the most inhumane conditions.
They enslaved Africans. Let me put that again. Actually, as a matter of fact, people today say, has the slave trade even ended? Because we know for 100% fact that in the Middle East and in these Arab cultures and communities, there is still slavery going on today. Africans are still
Okay,
being
I
enslaved
scoots.
today.
I love you scoots
But
here
being
too.
enslaved,
I see you soon. I love.